Okay. Sorry, everyone. Streamlabs completely did a lot of things this morning. I don't know what else to say. Streamlabs did a lot of things and signed me out right when I went live, and then and then disappeared my reserved show. I don't know what happened, and I'm hoping that it doesn't that I'm not caught in the matrix on the other side. Oh, there you are easily. Yay. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Well, I do know. It's just the fact of this is what happens when you stream. Is all kinds of things happen when you stream. All things happen when you stream. Yeah, yeah. So I only have one live. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so that's not disturbed. All right. Well, I guess this is you're fine. I don't know. Anyway, it was really weird because the minute I hit go live, it signed me out of my streaming platform. And I don't think I hit the log off button. I'm pretty sure I didn't. Anyway, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I can't stand this title. It's the wrong title for the wrong room. But here we are. Well, I hope you're well, darlings. I really do. I hope you're quite well this morning, this wonderful morning. I'm fine. I'm just looking to see if I can change my title here. Maybe have a get my wake and bake back. I want my wake and bake back. I want my wake and bake back. Hi, Neil. Happy post Canada Day. Did you have fun? Did you do anything, Neil? Like go to a barbecue or anything? I don't know. How's that work up there? You guys go to barbecues? Well, I guess I'm just going to leave it. I don't care. I don't care about the title. Meh. Things are good. Thank you, Neil. Thanks for asking. Hi, Meowing Star. Hi. I have a feeling the 4th of July will be crazy, either in fun or mayhem. Well, I mean, welcome to the most exciting country on earth. That's what he said. Is that we're so exciting. Hello, we're so exciting. Well, good morning. Welcome to Wake and Bake with Lolo. I'm Lolo. I've already had one. Well, I have mini joints. I don't have large joints, right? Like my joints are half gram, like mini joints. If you let's see, let's do what the influencers do. See, mine's just a mini joint. It's not a long joint, but I've already had one. You rested up because of oh, babe. That's right. You weren't feeling good. I'm so sorry. I forgot about that for a minute. I'm so glad you did get some rest. That's such a good thing. And we talked about that yesterday. Like sleep to me is like the magic. It's a very magical thing when you're sick. You know, like if you are able to sleep as much as possible, I've always found that that helped me get better faster. I don't know, better today. Oh, Neil, I hope you don't have COVID or anything, right? Hi, Teresa. How are you, darling? Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I hope everybody's doing well. I have a lot for us this morning. I have a lot. Kim, it's either fall asleep to C-SPAN or you. I pick you guys. Yay! Well, I will have the house on, so don't worry. And I did leave this message on the other stream. Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry about that. Something happened. Oh, thank you, love. I'll take it. I'll good morning, gal. I'll open signal. Hold on, I can do that. Yeah, for some reason this morning when I went to hit the go live button, it it signed me out of my streaming platform, which was I don't think I've ever had that happen before. Hmm. So, yeah, that was that. Oh, that's the rules committee. Oh, Stansbury, God, I love her. God, I love this woman. Na 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 na. I think it's the more latest one. Important analysis. Oh, perfect. I love you. I love you. Oh, this is perfect. This is perfect. Thank you, gal. Thank you, gal. No. Don't. All right. This is good because I was wondering this. My very self. My very self. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and put up two screens. so that we have the house in the back. Hold on just a momentum. I'm going to put this one on that one, and then I'm going to put this one on that one. Yeah. I'm going to make it a little smaller. Shove it up there. There's the house. There is the house. Don't. The house. We have them turned down. So there's the house. And then she said, oh, what is in the 2025 or somebody buy? Let's see, we'll move things down. I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this. Whoop. We're going to put you right there, right by Putin and Mr. Trumpy. Trumpy. Mr. Trumpy, who's kissing your head. He's kissing your head. La la la. Hi, Kim. Hi, Neil. Hi, Teresa. Hi, Gal. Hi, Meowing. Hi, Easily. I just want to make sure I said hi to everyone. I'm so honored that you picked us. I really am. That means a lot. You know how that means a lot. I hope you guys know that. When you guys choose to watch or just tune in or even put it on a tab and walk away, it just makes, you're really supporting. I really love you for that. Let me tell you. Let me tell you how much I love you for that. Okay. Here we go. There we go. We got a ton of stuff today. Yeah. So this is the American Immigration Council. And hello, butterflies. Oh, butterflies, I hope you're feeling stronger every day. Stronger every day. I wrote all my congressmen. Oh, Kim, you're the best. You are so great. I think I'll call. Maybe I'll call online. And then you'll know who my congressman is. Oh. It's okay. We are a pretty good little community. I will say we're a little organic and we have lots of different people with lots of different beliefs and we teach each other things all the time, but we're not like a cult or anything like that, but it does seem to attract people who are curious, who are knowledgeable, who are funny, who are empathic, who are so those are the people that tend to hang around the lounge. And I love that it's just so organically like that. Like people organically opt in to kindness and just like chill. Yeah, people who give a damn, but more importantly, like it's just a chill group. Like we don't have to hang out with each other. We don't have to you know what I mean? Like there's no like cliquey kind of like it's just a group of adults who are like, yeah, I'm interested in that too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Maybe I'll check the Discord, Da, da, da. I just love that. That to me is like a dream come true. It's just a dream come true. So far, so good. I'm sure, drama happens, stuff happens, but I feel like we can weather it. You don't have any chill. Okay. Well, yeah, that's a different chill. I'm talking about a different chill. But yeah, no, I really appreciate it. And it's just because of the people who come to the space. It's not anything else. It's not anything magical than that. It's just people who care about stuff. And we're constantly like we challenge each other, I think it's okay. I think it's really good. We learn about, oh, hey, you really shouldn't use that term. Oh, okay. Thank you for telling me that because I wouldn't have known if you didn't tell me. You know what I mean? Like that kind of stuff. I want us to be in that kind of that would be a great mode to be in. Like it's all about learning, growing, figuring out things about each other, or whatever, or not, or staying in your lane and being left alone. That's okay too. There's no expectations. I live for no expectations. My entire existence is like the happiest days I have is when I have no expectations on me, like zero. That to me is like ultimate freedom. Hi, Muskie. How you doing? Lee, good morning. Good morning, Sister Lee. My sister. Ooh, I love it. I love it. You have a lunch engagement tomorrow? Oh, I hope you're rested up for that, Neil. Gosh, that's a bitch. Good morning and good night. Kim's going to bed. I adore you, Kim. I hope you sleep well. I'll try not to wake you up. You're very much love that there's a desire to learn. Yeah, exactly. And there's a baseline. I mean, I think the people in that come to this realm, I guess, uh, have have an innate sense of empathy, right? Like I notice everyone approaches everything with a lot of empathy, and I just I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that when people do that. Hi, Carrie, how you doing? Yeah, good night, dear Kim. I think it's good. I think it's good when people are like a baseline of empathy, right? Like we share similar worldviews. I'm sure they differ in some ways, and I think that's beautiful too. I think our differences are beautiful, and man, I just learn something and I grow, and it's great. And sometimes you know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's very human. It's a very human space. Like I've always said that about myself. I'm very human, which means I sometimes I don't do the right thing or don't say the right thing, but I really do desire to not hurt other people. That is a desire. So I'm open. I'm open to that, and I feel like other people are. I don't know. I feel like it's just a bunch of grown-ups. I like grown-ups. I mean, I love children too. Children are awesome. But incels and bullies and bigots, nope. Don't have any time for them. Do not. Okay, I want to read this. What's in the 2025 bill? And I don't know which resolution, 566. I'm not sure which resolution that is, which is the one they're voting on right now. But I don't know who the Democrat that keeps voting with the Republicans is, but I'm about to beat their butts. Okay, thank you, Gal, for this American Immigration Council link about what's in this big bullshit bill. Oh my God, that's so hard. So hard to read. See if we can make it bigger. Okay, background. Both the Senate and the House of Representatives have proposed significant immigration and border-related spending measures as part of. I'm not even lighting that. As part of the reconciliation process, the House passed its reconciliation bill by a 215 to 14 vote on May 21st. Nearly a month later, on July 1st, the Senate passed its version after making some changes which are detailed further below. The bill will now return to the House for consideration. Reconciliation is okay, we're not going to go into that. Well, actually, maybe I will. I'm so sorry. Reconciliation is a congressional budgetary process that allows members of Congress to bypass the normal rules in the Senate that require at least 60 votes to pass legislation. Provisions in any reconciliation bill must relate to the federal budget, federal budget, funding, or debt limit. Under reconciliation, only a simple majority vote is needed in both chambers. In recent years, reconciliation has been used when one party controls Congress and the presidency, as it does not require votes from members of the minority party. Reconciliation is a tool for the majority party to advance federal funding needs based on its policy agenda. Currently, House and Senate Republicans disagree on the exact terms of the overall reconciliation bill. However, there is very little daylight in their approach to immigration. Both pour billions of dollars into immigration and border enforcement and impose many mandatory and cost prohibitive fees on certain immigration benefits applications. Do. Hi, Paul J. Good morning. This analysis highlights the similarities and some key differences among both chambers' bills. In addition, because the provisions in the Senate reconciliation bill must be related to federal spending or revenue, proposed provisions are reviewed by a person known as the Senate parliamentarian, who determines if each provision in the package is extraneous to the budget. In other words, if a provision is a policy change unrelated to the budget, it violates the reconciliation rules and the parliamentarian flags it as extraneous. This review is known as the bird bath and begins a process by which senators can contest the inclusion of the provisions and subject them to a 60-vote threshold instead of a simple majority. The parliamentarian found several of the Senate proposals to violate these rules, which are flagged below. These provisions were taken out of the final bill, which was passed by the Senate on July 1st. Both the Senate and the House reconciliation bills include recommendations proposed by other committees affecting non-citizens, including their eligibility for certain public benefits or tax programs. This analysis excludes those measures and focuses on enforcement-related spending. All right, immigration and border-related spending proposals. In the House, let's see. Actually, I want to kind of move right to the more current. So let's see what the Senate said. On June 12th, the Senate Judiciary Committee published its recommendations to fund DHS, including ICE and the Department of Justice. The same day, two sets of recommendations for Homeland Security were published, one by Senator Lindsey Graham, chair of the Budget Committee, and the other by Senator Rand Paul, chair of the Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee. Senator Paul's proposal cut the House's Homeland Security spending recommendations in half, while Senator Graham indicated that his proposal aims to fully fund President Trump's immigration agenda of mass deportation at an amount requested by the administration. Senator Graham's proposal was largely incorporated into the final Senate bill after several provisions were determined to violate the reconciliation rules by the parliamentarian. Was largely incorporated? Okay. I just want to kind of see what this links me to. This is the Committee on the Budget. This is from Ranking Member One Big Beautiful has more provisions. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll link that because you'll be able to. Oh, that's the wrong one. Now I don't know where I am. Where am I? See, these are all the things I have for you. We're even going to talk about the Dalai Lama. Where am I? Where did you go? Where'd you go? And I want to talk about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation too because we're on that. Oh, I guess I have to go back. All right, well, let me do this. Beep. Mop, moop. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Okay. Overview of spending. Overall, the Senate and the House representative bills provide dramatic funding increases to immigration and border enforcement related funding provisions, while implicitly driving dramatic changes to immigration policy. Because these funds are provided through reconciliation and not the regular appropriations process, they do not include guidelines and directives about how the funds must be used, which prevents members of Congress from conducting meaningful oversight on the use of these federal dollars. Importantly, these funds all need to be spent by September 30th, 2029. However, the agencies receiving these funds would have significant discretion as to how to spend them over the next 51 months. That's disgusting. That's really disgusting. I just went back and heard you had issues. Good morning. Oh, hi, Karen. Good morning. What? I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened. It signed me off and never let me go back to that. Carrie says, I disagree that Dems and Republicans have a similar approach to immigration. Dems want technology at the border and many more immigration judges. Yep. Republicans want no due process and lots of cruelty. I agree with you, Carrie. I agree with you. Democrats have traditionally pushed for let's make it easier to immigrate, right? Let's make that process more efficient and working for both, the American government and the immigrants. There's no reason that we can't have, structure. Structure is not the issue. We're not against structure, but of course that's what they have to say. La 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 la. Okay, this is interesting. So the Homeland Security and Government Affairs, House of Representatives allocated $78.6 billion, but the Senate said, "Hold my beer. I want to give them $130 billion." The Judiciary, $79.7 billion. Oh no, we hate them. But so the Senate said 39.5, basically cutting that in half. Armed Services was due $5 billion, and they lowered it to $1 billion. Oh. So anyway, basically, they just removed money around because in a total, the representatives were allocating $163 billion versus $170 in the Senate. Both the Senate and the House Judiciary bills risk turning humanitarian immigration into a pay-to-play system by significantly increasing fees on everything from asylum applications and work permits to family reunification and humanitarian protections like temporary protected status, as well as on applications seeking relief from removal by individuals facing deportation in immigration court. The fees would also impact those seeking visas, with new $250 visa bond for not all non-immigrant visas, which could be reimbursed only by after the visa expired and only if the visa holder could prove that they had a record of perfect compliance. These fees, many of which could be layered on top of existing fees and are largely mandatory, could effectively put legal pathways out of reach for thousands of people. Take, for example, the new proposed fees for an asylum applicant, which in the Senate bill is $100 to apply, plus an additional $100 for every year the application is pending. Under the new fees in the Senate bill, an asylum seeker who must wait at least 5 years to obtain a decision in the heavily backlogged immigration system would have to pay $100, the new application fee, $550 for their first work authorization document, and $100 every year for a pending application that would result in at least $1,150 in filing fees during the 5-year wait. The new fees propose placing the burden of the backlogged immigration system on the applicants themselves. The steep fees would effectively block access to those unable to afford them, given the compounding barriers of increasing fees throughout the application process, which guess what that ends in doing? That ends up increasing illegal immigration and the chances that people are willing to take to try and get into this country. That's what that does. A birdbath update. The Senate bill makes several changes to the House's immigration fee provisions based on the Senate's parliamentarian rulings that some of these were excessive and violate reconciliation rules. God bless the parliamentarian. Detention. Both the Senate and the House reconciliation bills provide $45 billion for building new immigration detention centers, including family detention centers. Why would we be detaining families? Why? When averaged out over the next 51 months, this would constitute an additional $10 billion for detention per year through fiscal year 2029, bringing ICE's total detention budget to a minimum of $14 billion a year. This amount would represent a 308% increase on an annual basis over ICE's FY 2024 detention budget. By comparison, the entire Federal Bureau of Prisons budget was $8.6 billion. Let me say this again. The entire Federal Bureau of Prisons budget for 2025 was $8.6 billion. They are proposing to give them $14 billion. The overwhelming majority of the funding for ICE detention would go to private companies. Eric Prince. Contracted to build and run detention facilities. Is he in that business? I can't even remember now. Based on an estimate of detention costs that ICE provided Congress in January 2025, we estimate that an additional $10.6 billion for detention per year could likely fund an increase in ICE detention to at least 116,000 beds, with $6 billion per year spent on contracting with existing detention centers and $8 billion spent on building and operating new soft-sided detention camps, consisting primarily of tents and trailers. However, because ICE is not required to spend the money evenly across the next 51 months, they could ultimately reach a higher detention population by September 30th, 2029. The Senate bill also provides $3.5 billion for state and local cooperation with ICE, which could lead to states constructing their own soft-sided detention centers and leasing them to ICE, as Florida has already done. Therefore, the bill could lead to an increase in ICE detention to 125,000 beds or higher, only just a bit below the current population of the entire federal prison system. I don't have access, but I can grab an archive on it. No worries. Let me try. Hold on. Let me try. Na, my friends taught me what to do. Yeah. They taught me what to do. Yeah, that's not what I wanted to do. They taught me what to do. Yeah. Oops, it doesn't have an archive. Doesn't have an archive. doesn't have an archive. Search this URL in archive.org. Why not? It's not. This page is available on the web. Shut up. All right. Well, I don't have an archive actually. Now that I say that. Now that I say that, I don't have an archive. They don't want immigrants here, period. Yep, butterflies, you're absolutely right. Stephen Miller is absolutely one of the most evil people in the administration, and I can't wait for his trial. I really can't. I cannot wait for his trial. Here's a question about weed. Hi, Karen. How come you burn flower instead of vape resin? It's better for your lungs, I think. Live resin vapes have no distillates. Their only thing that they do daily, no cough. I actually was vaping, and then I went to flower, and the reason I did that was because, and I may not understand how vaping works, but I kept getting the sense that I was basically pulling in vaporized oil into my lungs. You know what I mean? And I thought I think flower feels like I'm not doing as much. I mean, I'm damaging my lungs. I'm not saying I'm not. But I feel like, I don't know. I felt like the oil was kind of disturbing me. The fact that I was inhaling vaporized oil. And I just wondered what that did to my lungs. So maybe I just don't know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'm probably not very good on that. Let's see. Karen, I've done that in the past, been hanging and chatting and waiting and finally catching on. Yeah. Trump said he's going to use National Guard as immigration judges. I've heard that. How is that possible? How is that possible? How can you just be appointed a judge if you're like National Guard? Is he talking about like JAG or something? I don't even know. How much of that lands in Trump's pocket? I wonder, Carrie, because I don't know who the private prison companies are. That's something we should look into, actually. We need to find out where he gets his coffee, whatever, and villains drink things other than human tears. Does he? Yeah, I don't even think he takes anything in. 125,000 is how many prisoners in the entire federal. Yeah, that's what it says. I don't know. That sounds low. Doesn't that sound low? That sounds low to me. Not too long, but a very good read today. Oh, cool. Did you see where people are getting pulled out of TSA lines for swamp crotches? What? Oh, no. I don't know if I really want to look at that, Jim. I'm sorry. That seems so low based on. I think it sounds low too. Did I read it wrong? Only a bit below the current. Oh, federal prison system. It is not all prisons, if that makes any difference, Jane. Does that might make a difference? It's just federal. Oh yeah, it might be. Oh, you know what? It might just be. That might be true. I don't know. They didn't qualify it, but that's a great question. Let me pull this one up just so that I have it teed up. Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, Heather Cox Richardson. Yes. Okay, we're going to finish this up. Let's see. In addition to authorizing more detention, both bills seek to use funding provisions to dismantle core legal protections for children by implicitly overriding protections found in the Flores litigation settlement agreement that limit the time minors can be detained. Whether this language overrules the Flores settlement would still be decided in court, because that's what they do. They break the law and wait for the courts to catch up with them. And I don't know, you can't do it any other way, I guess, because, jurisprudence and that kind of thing. But I tell you now, this is so disgusting. Let's see. The consequences of providing. Oh, excuse me. The bill authorizes for. The bills also authorize the DHS secretary to set minimal detention standards for single adult detention facilities without having to go through normal review, creating a situation where private prison operators whose facilities fail to meet current standards could be granted contracts anyway. The consequences of providing such large sums of money to increase detention without commensurate oversight will exacerbate deleterious and inhumane conditions that have been endemic to the detention system for years, including medical neglect, overcrowding, overuse of solitary confinement, and preventable deaths. The House bill directs $26.7 billion towards ICE's enforcement and deportation operations, including funding to hire an additional 10,000 ICE officers in 5 years. Similarly, the Senate bill allocates 29.9, a little bit more, billion for these purposes. However, unlike the House bill, which designates funds for specific activities, the Senate bill provides a single lump sum with a list of allowable uses. This means the Senate bill provides federal agencies significantly more flexibility in how ICE uses and allocates these funds toward immigration enforcement. With this funding, the current administration will be poised to dramatically expand community arrests and expand cooperation with state and local law enforcement agencies. Given the recent dismantling of 3 primary DHS oversight agencies, this funding would also rapidly expand ICE's enforcement capacity at a time when the agency failed to provide timely and accurate information about the whereabouts of those it has arrested. The $3.5 billion fund for states to assist in immigration and enforcement could also be used to increase state and local law enforcement's cooperation with ICE arrest operations. What does that mean? Is it just for overtime, leading to an increase in immigration enforcement? The House bill specifically provides $1.3 billion, a 30% annual budget increase for the Executive Office of Immigration Review, which oversees the country's immigration court system. The Senate bill does not provide specific funding for EOIR. Instead, it includes that funding as an allowable expense in a lump sum of $3.3 billion to the Department of Justice, which oversees the agency. The Senate bill also limits the number of immigration judges to 800. Given that EOIR currently has about 700 immigration judges, only a small portion of the lump sum is likely to be allocated to it. Sorry, I can't say that acronym that easily. By providing By providing only a small additional sum to the immigration courts while significantly increasing funding for immigration arrests and detention. Both bills will likely dramatically increase already high immigration court case backlogs, particularly for people held in detention facilities. I just don't think they want to give people in detention facilities due process. So, hello. If you think that's what it's doing, that's probably what it's doing. My chat froze. Hold on. I just heard your weed answer. Look for live resin. I do. It's just the tiny resin drops knocked off the flower while frozen. I usually don't. Yeah, I did a lot of vaping. I just thought it was worse for your lungs, but maybe I'm wrong. Oh yeah, Stansbury's video. I saw that. I wanna read that, or I wanna see that. Let's see. Here we go. The Senate bill's decision to cap the number of immigration judges at 18 would also severely restrict progress on backlog reduction. Immigrants held in detention could be forced to wait months between every hearing, while immigrants proceeding in their cases outside of detention would face even longer wait times as judges were reassigned to detained dockets. Birdbath update: the $3.3 billion sum to the DOJ initially included a provision that prohibited JAG law enforcement grant funding to sanctuary cities, as determined by the Attorney General. Whatever. The Senate parliamentarian initially ruled that provision was non-budgetary and violated reconciliation rules because the requirement was too broad. However, the Senate Republicans limited the requirement only burn JAG funding provided in the Senate bill. Ow. Hold on. As a result, any state seeking additional law enforcement funding under this provision could be forced to prove their compliance with DOJ's interpretation of the law. Children. The House bill charges families of unaccompanied minors up to $8,500 to sponsor a child and subjects them and their household members to intensive surveillance. This is because the House bill applies a $3,500 fee for sponsors of unaccompanied children and charges a $5,000 fee to sponsors if the child has a pending immigration court case. The latter fee is refundable if the child completes the court case. Initially, the Senate bill included the $5,000 refundable fee, but it was eliminated following the birdbath. However, a combination of new mandatory fees in both bills impose onerous and prohibitive fees that will make it enormously challenging for children to make a case for permanent safety, such as requiring children. In the House bill, on top of the sponsor fees, which will likely force children to stay in detention due to the inability of sponsors to afford these new fees, children will have to pay $1,000 to apply for asylum and $500 to apply for special immigrant juvenile status. While the application fees are lower in the Senate, $100 and $250 respectively, they will still shut out many children from obtaining immigration status. Ah. In addition, both the House and the Senate bills remove existing statutory protections regarding the licensing of family residential centers, which places children at risk of prolonged detention in unsafe conditions. The Senate bill contains a $300 million fund for the Office of Refugee Resettlement to conduct background checks and home studies on any potential sponsor of a child, as well as to conduct physical examinations of the bodies of all children in ORR custody to check for tattoos or other identifying marks. Oh my God. Birdbath update. The Senate bill initially kept the $5,000 fee for sponsors and children in immigration court proceedings, but the parliamentarian ruled that it violated recon rules. Both the House bill and the Senate bill invest $46.6 billion into border wall construction, more than 3 times what the Trump administration spent on the wall in his first term, despite the failure of the wall to improve or contribute in any meaningful way to border management strategy. The Senate and the House bills also include $5 billion for updating and constructing CBP facilities and checkpoints. Both chambers also provide new funding for CBP. The House bill provides $8.3 billion for hiring and retention new Border Patrol agents and vehicles, and new infrastructure for the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, while the Senate bill provides $7.8 billion. Both bills provide $450 million for Operation Stone Garden, a program funding cooperation with state and local law enforcement at the border. Both chambers' armed services bills include funding for the Department of Defense to support the military's border operations, $5 billion in the House and $1 billion in the Senate. Why does it take so much to do it? I don't get it. Combusted weed is much worse because it's smoke from the whole flower. You're breathing in extra stuff that doesn't add to the high. Oh no. God damn it. Now I gotta go back to vaping. Shit. All right. I've got to do more study, I guess. State grants for immigration and border-related enforcement. On the House committee approved a manager's amendment that added $12 billion for states that have supported border-related immigration enforcement. The Senate bill includes $10 billion for a state border security reinforcement fund for constructing border barriers and intercepting unauthorized border crossings. In addition, the Senate bill includes $3.5 billion for reimbursements to state or local governments for costs related to immigration-related enforcement, detention, and criminal prosecutions. You mean like the disgusting overtime that LA is spending? That's great. These funding provisions for states and local governments cover actions taken on or after January 21st. In practice, this means that a significant portion of these funds will likely reimburse Texas for its state-run immigration enforcement program known as Operation Lone Star. Texas has spent over $11 billion on the program thus far. Wow. Wow. $11 billion. That's a lot of money. While the reconciliation bill will fund this large-scale state immigration enforcement effort, the Trump administration has simultaneously paused grants made to states and localities for programs responding to the urgent humanitarian needs of newly arrived migrants and has proposed eliminating it completely in the next fiscal year. Lovely. The parliamentarian ruled that both the $10 billion and the $3.5 billion violated reconciliation rules because they authorized state and local officials to arrest any non-citizen suspected of being in the U.S. unlawfully, which is a federal function. However, after including language that clarified that any authority had to conform with existing statute, both were included. Border Enforcement Fund. The Senate bill establishes a new $10 billion fund to reimburse DHS for costs related to safeguarding the borders of the United States. What? This funding is nearly 50% of CBP's FY 2024 budget. However, unlike a normal budget, this funding would provide very few guardrails and little guidance to DHS about how the funds must be used. As a result, this would become a slush fund for CBP to largely use it however it determined. The House bill includes a provision to limit judicial oversight of the executive branch. What? By restricting... I need to read this. Okay, good. It was removed. Okay, the parliamentarian ruled... I'll just jump to the bottom. The parliamentarian ruled that the Senate provision limiting the ability of federal courts to issue preliminary injunctions or temporary restraining orders violated reconciliation rules because it required litigants to potentially post an enormous bond. It was subsequently removed from the bill. Good. That's good. Let's see. Let's go to this. Whoa. Okay, well, where are you? What happened? Oh, here we go. Oh, this is what we looked at. Kind of. All right, this is the top line comparison. So House, Senate difference. Okay, so there's no difference in construction of the border wall. There's a $500 million decrease in Border Patrol agents and vehicles and improvements. There's a $100 million increase or decrease in border technology and vetting. See, that seems like it's kind of dumb because that's where, like you could probably get some good technology. Like the fentanyl shit, they have that thing. Okay, no change to Operation Stone Garden, which is local law enforcement at the border. Border processing, including unaccompanied children, a decrease of 100 million. Prosecutions of non-citizens, compensating local governments, incarcerating non-citizens, combating drug trafficking, immigration judges, $500 million increase. Detention capacity expansion, the same. Enforcement and removal, including hiring ICE agents, transportation costs, and detaining families, a $3.2 billion increase. Sponsor vetting and sheltering unaccompanied children, a $3.1 billion. What? Oh, that's right. What? I didn't get that they were totally eliminating that. Okay, I can't. My brain can't handle that. State and Immigration and Border Enforcement cost reimbursement funds, $1.5 billion increase. Hi, J. Rance. Let's see. DHS cost reimbursement fund for border enforcement is $10 billion. That was totally new. DoD support for immigration, $4 billion decrease. And yeah, so there you go. There's the American Immigration Council's piece on that. I smoke flower because my local shop has ounces for about $25. Oh, good price. They still have state-of-the-art fentanyl detecting machines that has no budget to train agents on them. Oh my God, Karen, that's terrible. Check your DM. Okay. Oh, okay. On the English language. I asked the question on the English language, EO. Oh, okay. Yeah, Paramount agrees to pay $16 million to settle Trump's CBS lawsuit. What a bunch of bullshit. What a way to cave. I'm so tired of these guys. I want to play this Stansbury video. I think this will be good.
It's 3 a.m. here in Washington, D.C., and I just rolled into town. It was a very long day of travel. Took me over 12 hours to get here between flight delays and missed connections and all of the insanity. But I am here not only to vote no, but a hell no on this big abomination of a bill that the United States Senate passed earlier today. Now, I know many of you have been watching this closely. The Senate passed the bill on a 50-50 vote today. It required the vice president to break the tie. There were 3 Republicans that voted no. And among the reasons they voted no is because of the economic and fiscal implications of the bill, which I'll talk about here in a moment. But the bill did change a bit since the House passed it. It came back as an 800-plus page bill. But at its core, it's still quintessentially the same abomination. It raises the debt ceiling by $5 trillion. It does $4 to $5 trillion in spending on permanent tax breaks for the ultra wealthy and corporations. It tries to offset some of that spending basically through cruel cuts to healthcare, food assistance, educational assistance, and decimating the environment. And it does it on the backs of working Americans. Now, much of it is the same and even worse. The latest scoring is showing that this bill is going to cause 20 million Americans to lose access to health care. That's through Medicaid, Medicare, and the Affordable Care Act, from a combination of increased burdens that'll be placed on people of all different walks of life. It's mandatory cuts to Medicare, which they promised they wouldn't touch, and is going to be cut by over $500 billion. And it's going to raise private insurance premiums because of how they tinkered with the Affordable Care Act. And because of all of these changes, it's also going to decimate rural healthcare systems and hospitals across the country, including in New Mexico. In addition to that, it will cut probably around 5 million Americans off of food assistance. Millions of children will lose access to school meals, breakfast and lunch. It also changes the requirements for Pell Grants and graduate assistance programs. So it's going to be more difficult to go back to school, especially if you're low income. And even though they cut out the terrible land sale provision of the bill that we all raised our voices to get cut out of there, it still has language that will decimate our public lands through mandatory oil and gas lease sales on public lands in 9 states, including in New Mexico. It has mandatory lease sales in offshores, including in the Gulf and in Alaska. It also has lease sales in sensitive places in the Arctic that have been protected since time immemorial because of their cultural and wildlife value. It has mandatory mining provisions, logging provisions. It decimates incentive programs that were put into place to help with the transition to a clean energy economy. It cuts funding that helps seniors access assistance for their heating bills. I mean, it's a lot. It's hard to even encapsulate everything that's in this bill. But the thing that gets me is that in addition to all of that, it's actually really, really bad for the economy. It's really, really bad for American economic stability. And even though some Americans may see a little bit of crumbs of cash back in their wallet for a minute, it's going to raise the cost of living, because when they looked at the economic implications of this bill, not only does it raise the debt ceiling by $5 trillion because of the amount of deficit spending in this bill and the amount of debt service, the billions of dollars that the U.S. government will have to spend to service our debt just to pay for these tax breaks for the ultra wealthy and corporations permanently. By the way, the tax breaks for Americans, for everyday Americans, those sunset, but the ones for the ultra wealthy and for the corporations are permanent. But to pay for that, they're going to do it through deficit spending. And no matter what economic modeling you use, it shows that it's going to increase interest rates, which means that it's actually going to increase the cost of living for all Americans and put the United States government on a path to more or less bankruptcy. So what is this all about? It's just kickbacks to Donald Trump's friends. Even the Republicans are talking about it, to their donors, to people that were able to get, defense money in there and corporate kickbacks. I mean, we're going to post a link to this bill. Just take a skim and you'll see the kind of kickbacks that made their way into this bill, and especially over in the Senate. So we got a long day tomorrow. I'm going to get a couple hours of sleep before I head back to the Capitol, but a lot more to say about this bill. But we're here to fight the good fight, to put up every possible barrier we can, and to try to stop these guys before they pass this evil bill. So we're here for the fight, and I will see you guys all in the morning.
Aw, I love her. Speaking of the economy, hold on. I have something, but I'm very terrible about. Apparently, I can't show it to you. Wait. Oh, here we go. Here we go. It's a horrible jobs report. Hey, guess what? Hey, Lee, if you're listening, it's starting. It's starting. Wait, where's my favorite? Wait, I had a really good. Wait. Oh, here we go. Here's your report on the job report from Maria Bartiromo, who used to be a serious economic journalist, and then all of a sudden she went MAGA, which is whatever. Okay, here we go. Just so you know.
course, President Trump is talking about this bill leading to growth in the economy. We are waiting any moment now to get the jobs numbers for the month of May. The expectations call for the ADP numbers to be up 95,000 for the month of June, rather. It's the June jobs data, and we'll, of course, right now seeing the number actually show a decline in jobs, down 33,000 on ADP. The bill includes $25 billion for the Golden Dome, the missile defense system. Senator, you introduced a bill supporting the construction of that system. I want to get your take on defense and whether or not that, of course, President Trump is talking about this bill.
I need to switch to another topic because the jobs report that I was awaiting with bated breath just went from up 95,000 to negative 33,000. It's not funny. It's not funny, but it's funny when Fox hosts get caught off guard because she had to immediately pivot to well, wait, what? Okay, let's talk about defense spending. Well, good morning to my favorite morning bakers. I've made it to a beautiful forest after a harrowing climb to 9,600 feet. I listened to Heather Richardson's 7-1 talk, I think. Hopeful for yes, right. Sean Combs is found guilty of transporting people for prostitution. Jurors convicted the music mogul of a federal felony, but acquitted him of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy. Oh, interesting. All right. Cool. I mean, not cool, I guess, but yeah. Hi, Clay. So what does that mean? I mean, I'm sure we'll find out, but what does that mean? I'm still in June. Yeah, exactly. It's all right. Oh my God, 50 Cent better run. Yeah, exactly. Although I think he'll go guilty of transporting people for prostitution. So, I mean, that's probably still, how is that not sex trafficking? I don't really get that. Isn't that the same thing? Guilty on 2 of 5 charges. Okay, thanks, Clay. I didn't know how many charges he was facing. Good morning, Clayberg. 10 years for each offense. That's not that much, and he'll probably get out early, right? I would imagine. Oh, there you go. I guess you get out. I guess you get away with things when you have a lot of money. I mean, if that's getting away with it, I don't know. Maybe it's not. Although it seems like it could have been a lot worse just based on what I've heard, but of course I don't know. And then, God, my necklaces are all sorry. Okay, so anyway, the jobs report for June came out, and it wasn't exactly sunshine and roses. That was a quick trial. Why couldn't we have had a fast trial for Trump? Thanks, Garland. Yeah, exactly. That's all that makes me mad about stock and baby oil. It wasn't baby oil, though. What? Wasn't it? It was something else, wasn't it a different thing with something in it? I can't remember. I think the distinction is trafficking requires non-consent, including minors, but I'm not sure. Thanks, Meowing Star. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't followed that case. Yes, of course, right. I haven't followed that case in specific, in terms of like the actual details of the charges. It didn't seem like I don't need the salacious stuff. I don't. This kind of makes me. Anyway. Okay, let's see. Where do I want to go from here? Because I want to make it make sense. Wait, Gal, you had sent me something else. So that we read. That. Did we read this? Oh yeah, we read that. Let's see. This is, oh, you gave me this. Okay. Here we go. Thank you. This is from the Wall Street Journal. How Republicans threaten to sink Trump's mega bill. We're back in the House. Back in the House. House Republicans are already lining up to oppose President Trump's big butthole bill, with the conservatives and centrists blasting the legislation just hours after Vice President J.D. Vance very haltingly and quite disgustingly cast his tie-breaking vote on the Senate version. The number of House Republicans vowing to oppose the Senate version is enough to block the bill's passage, failing a last-minute scramble to negotiate with holdouts and a successful pressure campaign by the president. Only 3 House Republicans need to join Democrats in opposing the bill to sink it. Rep. Ralph Norman, a Republican from South Carolina, a member of the conservative House Freedom Caucus, told reporters about an hour after the Senate bill's passage on Tuesday that he wouldn't vote to move the president's bill out of the House Rules Committee. The panel is debating, I guess they already finished, whether to advance the bill to a vote in the full House. I think it's coming. If it does ultimately make it to the floor, Norman would oppose the bill there as well. Our bill has been completely changed. Wait. It's a sad Republican.
Our bill has been completely changed. From the IOA credits to the deficit, said Norman, referring to the Biden administration's inflation reduction. This bill is a non-starter. We didn't want to do this, but this bill doesn't do what the president wants it to do. For crying out loud, look at Mike's little Johnson.
Norman said he believes there are enough no votes in the House to sink the bill. You know what? They all say this. They get our hopes up, and then they fucking bend like paper dolls. If House Speaker Mike Little Johnson fails to get enough members to back it, the House and Senate must work to reconcile the differences. That would likely blow through Trump's self-imposed deadline of July 4th. Ugh. A crescendo of complaints began building across the disparate wings of the House Republican Conference days before the Senate passed the bill, following an exhaustive 27-hour marathon of amendment votes. The legislation would broadly fund Trump's biggest priorities, including the extension of his tax cuts, no tax on tips and overtime. Well, limitations on tax on tips and overtime. Let's be real. And a large funding boost to the president's immigration and border policies, as we just read about. I feel like the flower has a more comprehensive high with terpenes. I don't even know. I mean, I don't have that much longer to live. Like, I'm probably maybe 30 years. I don't know. I think I'm all right. I mean, I don't know what to do. I like vape. I like it all. I just want to be high. I don't really give a shit. I do like the idea of flower, but anyway, sorry, I digress. Conservatives and centrists were disappointed with the latest iteration of the bill, despite some being told the Senate would improve it. It's too early to write the bill's obituary. Trump and Johnson have previously persuaded shaky Republicans. I know, that's my point. Johnson repeatedly warned the Senate against changing the bill. Well, it worked. It didn't work. Wait, Val, what'd you say? J-Rance, that's important. Wait till you see the size of the pine cone. Oh, hell yeah. I can't wait. You know, Val, I really want to come up north and meet you when you're up there. And Bobo wants to, too. She wants to come and camp up there. So her schedule is hellish right now. They don't get any time off when she's doing a show. They don't get time off. Like, they hardly get any time off. She's getting, like, Friday off, and she doesn't usually get, like, even national holidays. But we really want to come up and see you when you're up there, just so you know. Johnson repeatedly warned, about changing the bill after successfully wrangling conservatives who were pushing for spending cuts and centrists who were warning against steep changes to programs such as Medicaid and food stamps. Speaker also repeatedly told House members that they would have a chance to make changes to the bill when it came back from the Senate. Oh, I'm not
happy with what the Senate did to our product, but we understand this is the process. If it goes back and forth, and we will be working to get all our members to yes. The bill's passed, and I think it's going to do very well in the House. We'll see how that works out. But it looks like it's ahead of schedule. Yeah, Trump said about Air Force One on Tuesday. When asked whether he expects to have to twist arms to get through the House, Trump replied, "We thought the Senate was going to be tougher than the House. We got there, and we pretty much got what we wanted. Pretty much. Kinda. Pretty much. You know, it's okay."
There are likely hours of closed-door negotiations ahead. Fiscal hawks argue that the bill irresponsibly expands the national debt, and the Senate bill breaches the red lines they laid out months ago and reiterated in June. Centrists warn they could risk losing their seats if they agree to the Senate's more drastic changes. No shit. The Senate's version deeper policy shifts on Medicaid would leave 12 million people without insurance by 2034, according to Congressional Budget Office, compared with 11 million people in the House version. And someone today said 20 million people. While both bills aim to phase out quickly clean energy tax credits for solar and wind companies, the Senate version would have slightly more lax requirements as to when a company can claim the tax credit. The Senate bill would raise the debt ceiling by $1 trillion more than the House's proposed $4 trillion. Wow. Is the House just voting? No, they're going to offer amendments too. No, they're not voting on that right now. This is probably HRES 566. Let me tell you what that is. Why, let me tell you what that is. I don't know. 566. Bleep. HRES 566. Wait, we need the 119th Congress. Oh, here we go. Providing for consideration. Wait, is this the one? Is that the one? What year is that? What year is... No, that's not it. Well, there's a lot of HRES 566. Oh, cleaner air. Okay. This is... All right. This bill requires the Environmental Protection Agency to provide grants to air pollution control agencies, including at least one tribal agency with jurisdiction over air quality, to implement cleaner airspace programs, i.e., programs to provide clean air to the public during wildland fire smoke events. Generally, such programs must be located in areas of risk of exposure to wildland fire smoke and must help provide educational materials, clean air centers, i.e., one or more clean air rooms in a publicly accessible building, and air filtration systems to certain households. Clean air rooms are rooms designed to keep levels of harmful air pollutants as low as possible. Under the bill, the air pollution control agencies must partner with at least one community-based organization in implementing such programs. What? I don't know what on consideration of the resolution means, though. Does that mean they want to vote on it? I don't really understand. Let's see. Action. Actions, Jackson. Action, Jackson. Oh. What? Not passed. It's the right one, right? I don't really know what they're voting on, though. On consideration of the resolution. I just want to see what that means. Let's all learn together. Let's all learn together. Okay, in English. I guess what they're saying is they want to advance a vote on it. It's not that they're voting on it. Does that make sense? It says in the process of considering a resolution involves several steps. A committee reports the measure, making it ready for consideration by the full House. Motions to postpone or proceed to other business are decided without debate. Debate takes place. Amendments are decided upon. The House votes on final passage. So it must be to vote on it. Like this is the vote to vote. She's 9.5, going on 16. What? Who? Phew, I missed the HR. Yeah, sorry. Yeah. I want to go to art camp too. You should go to art camp, actually, gal. You should. You would really enjoy that. You would really enjoy some kind of like, adult art camp type of thing. I found it. Point of order. Mr. McGovern raised a point of order against the provisions of HRES 566 on the grounds that the resolution violates section. It's so weird because I thought it was a Clean Air Act. Okay, I'm going to just ignore what I said. Meowing Star has an update, so it's more related to what's happening now. Very, very sorry. I don't know what I have to learn parliamentary rules, I think. I think I should probably do that. I went to a clay art camp for 2 years and loved it. The rest of the years were sleepaway Girl Scouts camp. I know. I always sent my daughter to theater camp. That's what I did. She always went to theater camp. She was a theater kid. But she always loved like movies and shit like that, and that kind of stuff. I just went to the office of the clerk of the house. Thank you. I'm gonna go there after this and just like read up on stuff so I can understand it. Okay, so let's see. Where was I? Well, now where was I? Okay, let's talk about. Here's Heather Cox Richardson's Substack from yesterday. And if you're not watching Heather Cox Richardson, she has a show now on YouTube every afternoon. It seems like. She's so great. I just really appreciate her. You went to bourbon camp? Fantastic, Haggard. You learned how to make bourbon when you were a little kid? I think more kids should know how to distill spirits. No, I don't. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I went to weed camp. I learned how to smoke weed. All right. Just after noon today, the Senate passed its version of the budget reconciliation bill. All Democrats and independents voted no. 3 Republicans, Susan Collins, who's very concerned, Rand Paul, who should be punched in the face, and Tom Tillis of North Carolina joined the Democrats in voting no. That left the bill at 50-50. Vice President J.D. Vance cast the deciding vote, pushing the measure. God, we just needed one more fucking Republican. This stuff drives me crazy. Cast the deciding vote, pushing the measure through to the Senate and to the House, back to the House. From the reporters' gallery above the floor, CNN Sarah Ferris heard Senator Angus King from Maine yell to his Republican colleagues, "Shame on you guys. That was the most disgusting vote I've ever seen in my life." Now, I've met Angus King because I used to live in Maine. He is not hyperbolic. He is absolutely not like an emotional kitten. He's Maine. He's a Mainer. And so having him do that's pretty amazing. The measure cuts taxes for the wealthy and corporations, which are permanent, not for us, but for them, and offsets those cuts in part by slashing Medicaid and food security programs for low-income Americans. So, and also it does things like eliminates the tax or something on semi-automatic weapons, I'm believing. And yeah. Mm-hmm. I think did I hear somewhere, and I don't know if someone can check this for me, but did I hear somewhere that they had removed the segment of the bill that required that healthcare centers who provide elective abortion, i.e., Planned Parenthood, would be defunded and receive no federal funding? I believe I heard yesterday that part was removed from the bill, but I don't know if anyone can verify that information for me. That would be great. That would be great. I went to Girl Guides camp and SVDP camp. My complaints about Girls Guide camp resulted in a reform. Oh my gosh, I was a young activist. Aw. No kid should be forced to eat onion or get nothing. Yeah, fuck that. What if you're allergic? I mean, that could happen. But there is at least one aspect of American life on which the bill is lavishing money. While the measure slashes public welfare programs, it pours $170 billion into immigration enforcement. The American Immigration Council broke out the numbers today, which we just read about. The Senate bill provides $51.6 to build the wall, more than 3 times what Trump spent on it. It provides $45 billion for detention facilities for ICE, and an increase of 265% in ICE's annual detention budget. It provides $30 billion for ICE enforcement, a 3-fold increase in their annual budget. When Trump talks about undocumented migrants as being dangerous criminals, he appears to have bought into the fantasy that the U.S. is a hellscape. In fact, about 8% of arrested migrants have been convicted of violent crimes. The administration defines anyone who breaks immigration law, which is a misdemeanor, not a felony, as a criminal. One of the reasons for the push to get the bill passed before July 4th is that the Department of Homeland Security has blown through its budget and needs the bill's additional funding to operate. Oops. While the Senate considered the budget reconciliation bill today, Dump visited the new detention facility in the Florida Everglades designed to hold 5,000 people. This facility, we need to stop calling people like names that dehumanize them. I get undocumented immigrants. That's a very descriptive. But can we start calling them people? The facility will cost $450 million a year, which will be reimbursed by the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which is hilarious because I thought they were defunded. The Florida Attorney General who came up with the plan gave it the name Alligator Alcatraz, a cutesy name for tents filled with cages for undocumented immigrants. We call it Alligator Auschwitz. Standing in front of cages with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem laughing, Trump told reporters, Biden wanted me in here. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here, that son of a bitch. Yeah, well, we all want you in there. Actually, I'd love to see him get eaten by alligators. I think that would be, I would watch that. I would watch that. St. Vincent de Paul, my dad ran the local chapter. Oh, I love that. And grew up poor, so he spent a lot of time helping people. Oh, Jane, that's such a beautiful story. I love that. This is nonsense, but it reveals Trump's conviction that he is always the victim, his determination to destroy the rule of law that threatened to hold him accountable for his actions, and his own drive to imprison and destroy his political opponents. It was exactly a year ago today, on July 1st, 2024, that the United States Supreme Court decided Donald Trump v. United States. The court's majority overthrew the central premise of American democracy that no one is above the law. It decided that the President of the United States, possibly the most powerful person on earth, has absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for crimes committed as part of the official acts and the core of presidential powers. The court also said it should be presumed that the President also has immunity for other official acts as well, unless that prosecution would not intrude on the authority of the executive branch. Writing for the majority, Chief Justice John Roberts said that the president needs such immunity to make sure the president is willing to take bold and unhesitating action and make unpopular decisions, although no previous president ever asserted that he was above the law or that he needed such immunity to fulfill his role. Roberts' decision didn't focus at all on the interest of the American people in guaranteeing that presidents carry out the duties within the guardrails of the law. I'm old enough to remember way back when I was watching a lot of War Room, a lot of Steve Bannon, right? I don't watch as much anymore, but when I was watching a lot of Steve Bannon, the storyline on Roberts was that he was compromised for some kind of like child sex trafficking. He was implicated in some child sex trafficking thing. That was the rumor that they pushed on John Roberts. And I'm going to be honest with you, although I never believe all their little stupid stories about people, I always kind of wonder, is there something in that? Is there something in his past that is very compromising? I just remember them really focusing on that storyline. I can't remember the details of it because it was nonsense. But I always then kind of like, is he compromised in some way? Like, is there some compromise on him? I know. I don't think, again, Jane, please ignore that fact. I'm just saying it's interesting that the real heavy line on John Roberts from the disinformation camp was that he was like this really, really horrible person. And so, I don't think he's probably that type of horrible person, although, I don't know, people are weird. People do things that we don't expect them to do. But that seemed like a little beyond the pale. But I don't know. It always sticks in my back of my head when I read about Roberts making decisions. And I'm like, wow, I don't know. I'm just not sure. Roberts' decision didn't focus at all. Oh, okay. The Supreme Court had delayed issuing its decision in that case until the last possible moment, guaranteeing that Trump would not face trial in the 2 federal criminal cases pending against him. I can't even believe this. One charging him with willfully retaining national defense information by taking classified information when he left office, and the other for trying to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election. Yeah, sure did. A year later, Today provided a snapshot of what happens to a democracy when a president feels he can disregard the law. Trump's education department announced today Karen, the reason you don't know that Robert story is because it was in the bowels of the Steve Bannon and Roger Stone kind of conversations. So probably you weren't paying attention to stupid right-wing messaging at that point. Yes, Teresa, you remember that. Okay. It was pretty deep. It was a deep cut. Yeah, horrible comes in many ways, right? A year later, okay. Today provided snapshot. Oh, Trump's education department announced today. Oh yeah, this was interesting. I saw a L.A. Unified School District had a press conference yesterday about the frozen federal funds for K to 12 schools. This is big. You know, you don't when you run a school, your money that comes, your grant money that comes in, you're counting on that. You're counting on that. You cannot run your school if you don't get your payments. You can't. I mean, you can, but you're going to be running on fumes. Schools don't have excess money. They don't have like an operating cushion, right? That's not how school funding works. There's not like a year's operating expenses in the bank like it might be for a nonprofit. That's a very big distinction. Like in a nonprofit, typically you have like 3 months to a year of operating money in reserves so that you can weather the storm of, you know, funding decisions or disasters or whatever happens, right? You still have to spend that money within the guidelines of the grants, et cetera, and stuff, but you have that. You can build up a reserve if you're a nonprofit. If you're a school, you really can't. You really don't. I mean, our school had a reserve because we were actually a nonprofit, so under those laws. But you know, like there's not a bunch of reserves hanging out. He's a centrist, fascist adjacent, so they made him the worst. Yeah, exactly, Jane. That's an interesting take on that. And maybe that's what I don't know what holds him. I don't know, I'm not, or maybe he's just a dick. I don't know. He might just be a dick. Osceola County near Disney was bouncing paychecks for a bit. Yeah, it just doesn't. You know, it's not. It's tight. It's tight. Apocalypse. That it was supposed to be dispersed starting today. That was July 1st. By law, the executive branch must disperse appropriations Congress has passed, but Trump and his officers, Rust Vote, have simply ignored the law, saying that they believe it's unconstitutional. The Constitution provides that Congress alone has the power to write laws and charges the president with taking care that the laws be faithfully executed. Yesterday, Trump announced new Trump fragrances, perfumes, and colognes for which he has licensed the use of his name. They retail for hundreds of dollars per 3.3-ounce bottle. Today, Zach Everson of Forbes reported that Trump Media and Technology Group is testing an international rollout of its streaming platform. The chief executive officer of Trump Media, former Republican Congress member Devin Nunes, said in a statement, international viewers
who want to get the other side of the story will soon have an easy opportunity to do so. Thank you.
Everson points out that Trump has slashed Voice of America, the largest international broadcaster in the U.S., raising questions about whether Trump's business interest played a role in his decisions about the congressionally funded U.S. news source. But it was at a press conference in Ochopee, Florida today that Trump showed just how profoundly the immunity conferred on him a year ago is undermining democracy. Trump continues to say he will arrest and deport U.S. citizens to third countries. On April 14th, a microphone picked up Trump's comment to President Nayib Bukele of El Salvador that homegrowns are next. After the undocumented immigrants Bukele was imprisoning for Trump. Today, Trump told reporters that bad criminals have migrated to the U.S., but we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. People that whacked people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them. People that knife you when you're walking down the street. Oh my God. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here too. You want to know the truth? So maybe that'll be the next job that we work on together. Well, why don't we start with you fucking criminal? Right? Like, come on. Off topic, but I was very good at archery. Oh, that's a tough one. That's a tough sport. Did your fingers, like, I wouldn't be able to do that from my arthritis, but it might be a good apocalypse skill. I definitely want you in my anti-zombie compound. That's for sure. Oh, we had a whole thing about the Trump cologne the other night on the space. I won't tell you because you're probably eating breakfast. But anyway, it was a long conversation. Let's see. He's also continuing to push the idea of attacking his political opponents. Yes, this was great. Trump called for an investigation into Alejandro Mayorkas yesterday. That's right. Homeland Security Secretary under President Joe Biden. He also threatened to arrest the Democratic nominee for New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani if he doesn't work with ICE agents to arrest migrants. What? They just say what they want to say now, guys, okay? So we have to still maintain the shock. Although local and state governments have no legal obligation to work with federal immigration enforcement, Trump claimed incorrectly that Mamdani is a communist and said that a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. In fact, Mamdani is a naturalized citizen. Today, Alan Foyer and Adam Goldman of the New York Times reported that a former FBI agent, Jared Wise, who was charged with telling the January 6, 2021 rioters storming the Capitol to kill police officers, is working with the task force in the Justice Department. Okay, I'm just going to say this again. A former FBI agent, Jared Wise, who was charged with telling the January 6 rioters storming the Capitol to kill police officers, is currently working with the task force in the Justice Department to set up as a way for Dump to seek retribution against his political enemies. I hate this place so much. I hate this place so much. I really do. Once a new system of detention facilities and ICE agents is established, and the idea that a Republican president can legitimately attack his political opponents is accepted, a police state will be in place. In answer to the question, how many more facilities like this do you feel that the country needs in order to enact your agenda of mass deportations, Trump said today.
Well, I think we'd like to see them in many states, many states. This one, I know Ron's doing a second one, at least a second one. Probably a couple more. And at some point, they might morph into a system where you're going to keep it for a long time.
Once that system is in place, it will not matter if Trump is able to do the work of the presidency. Today, a reporter from Fox News Channel asked Trump about the new detention facility in the Everglades. Mr. President, is there an expected time frame that detainees will spend here? This was hilarious, by the way. This was absolutely hilarious. This is really hilarious. The reporter asked, Mr. President, is there an expected time frame that detainees will spend here? Days, weeks, months. Trump answered, in Florida, I'm going to spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. Wait.
I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I want to, for 4 years, I've got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fixed up the little Oval Office. It's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly. I'll tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. My vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place. Nice little cottage to stay at, right? But we have a lot of fun. And I'm a big contributor to Florida, I paid a lot of tax. And a lot of people move from New York. And I don't know what New York's going to do. A lot of people moved to Florida from New York. And it was for a lot of reasons. But none of them was tax. Or one of them was taxes. The taxes are so high in New York. They're leaving. Oh, my God. Where did I go? They're leaving. I don't know what New York's going to do about that because some of the biggest, wealthiest people and some of the people that pay the most taxes of any people anywhere in the world for that matter, they're moving to Florida and other places. So we're going to have to help some of these states out, I think. But thank you very much. I'll be here as much as I can. Very nice question. Oh, thank you.
It's clean. It's clean today. Thank you, Scott. I took a shower last night, so it's clean. Yeah, that's great. That was so funny. Oh my God, that was actually a really great moment because it was so stupid. Okay, let me see what else I've got here. Let me see. Oh, yeah. I wanted to read this, too. This was shared with me. They didn't screw up the Rose Garden at the White House enough. More construction now. I know. And the thing is the whole damn gilding of the Oval, it's all gross. I mean, I don't know what it's going to take for us to clean up this country after this guy's dead, but I mean, I'm ready. Ready. Boy, they're just letting it go, huh? Oh, 211. Oh, I see. Okay, this is a gift article from New York Times. Lack of U.S. sanctions allows restricted goods and funds into Russia. Hi, remember that? It happened, what, yesterday? Didn't he lift some sanctions on something? I have to find that. I think I had that, actually. President Trump issued no new restrictions on Russia this year, in effect allowing Moscow to acquire the money and materials it needs in its conflict with Ukraine. Is that Medvedev? Is that little Medvedev? He looks like he's kind of sickly looking. Who is this? Aaron Krolik. What? Hey, wait a minute. Why is it show full article? Don't do this to me. Stupid. Since President Trump returned to office in January.
Vote the ayes are 212, the nays are 211. The question of consideration is decided in the affirmative. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox, is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up Mr. Speaker, for the purpose of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. McGovern, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans stand ready to deliver H.R. 1 directly to the President's desk for his signature. Late last year, the American people rallied en masse behind the Republican vision for a renewed nation. A nation no longer blighted by the cataclysmic failures of the previous administration. A nation primed and ready
when
to
is this
enter
woman
the
going to drop
golden
dead?
age.
Really?
One of the many
I'm asking.
strong
I'm
reinforced
sorry. I'm not
byproducts
sorry.
of our Republican vision is the one big,
Withdrawal
beautiful
symptoms
bill
are this
act.
like, she is withdrawal
It is one of the
symptoms.
most consequential pieces of legislation that any party has ever passed.
Wait,
and
I know
for
what to
good
do. Hold
reason.
on.
The provisions
I got you guys.
interwoven
Hold on.
in this legislation
Don't worry.
are monumental. They
Don't
are
worry.
what the American people voted for in November. Historic tax relief for working families, massive investments to secure our nation's borders, capturing generational savings,
There's
slashing
Karen.
waste, fraud,
I mean
and
the bad
abuse
Karen, not the good
in
Karen.
government
All right,
programs.
wait, where's the other
so
one?
that they may run more efficiently for those who truly need them.
Oh, shut up.
Mr. Speaker,
Such a
I could
cow.
opine at length about the wins that Republicans have secured in this bill.
No
that we've
wins.
been
I can't believe
highlighting
this
to the
woman.
American
I cannot
people for
believe these
months.
people. They have really sold themselves a
Meanwhile,
bill
our
of goods.
Democrat colleagues have resorted to fear-mongering and wailing from their bully pulpits in the hopes of deceiving the American people. For months, we've heard Democrats claim that the sky was falling, that all hope is lost because H.R. 1 will bring about the end times, and a litany of other outlandish and absurd claims. They are so desperate to smear H.R. 1 and deny the American people the policies
Wouldn't
that
it be
the
great
American
television if
people
she just like went,
overwhelmingly voted for in November.
that would be great television.
But let's again focus on what this bill accomplishes. It yields the single greatest cut in wasteful government spending in congressional history by slashing far more than $1 trillion of bloat.
It's not bloat.
It preserves the
What a cunt.
greatest battle-tested
Woman should
set
die.
of tax
This woman
cuts
should get hit by a
for
bus.
working
Sorry,
families
not sorry.
that our
I
nation
don't drive
has
a
ever
bus, so
seen
I won't be the
or
one
our
doing it.
economy
But
has ever realized.
one of these
It
days,
doubles
when this
down on
passes,
the
expect
border
more of
priorities of the
protesting. It's
most
getting
successful
inhumane
enforcement
in this
efforts
country.
by a
Absolutely,
president
easily.
in our nation's
Absolutely.
history.
100%.
It realigns our economy in defense.
Well, you know what? The
American
jobs.
workers,
Let me
American
just.
energy, American businesses.
Here's the
and
deal.
American job creators to
That's so low.
unleash the engines of our economy.
Oh, I have it low. I'm
Raise
so
the
sorry.
tide of our economic standards
I'm
and
so
bring
sorry.
a new
I had
definition
them really low.
of American greatness to the world. Perhaps the reason why Democrats are so desperate to smear this legislation is because they are caught
happening
in
here,
their
yeah.
own self-inflicted malaise of denial. Perhaps they still can't accept that Americans chose Republicans to lead the nation instead of them. That said, Mr. Speaker, Republicans are not distracted by that fear-mongering
No,
and
we're not
doomsaying
distracted.
of those
No.
who want H.R. 1 to fail.
That's right.
The facts are on our side.
No, they're not.
And
But that's
we've been
okay.
cutting
You can
through
say
the
pretty
noise by
words.
bringing
It's
those
okay,
facts
Virginia.
to the American people for months.
Yes, Virginia, there is.
So that the record is clear. A vote against this legislation is a vote to green light the largest tax increase in American history being
No,
levied
you can pass a
against
different bill,
everyday
bitch.
men
You can
and
pass a
women.
different bill, you cunt.
Decimate
No, she's a bitch.
decimation of millions of
All right,
jobs
her grandchildren
across
should
America.
be embarrassed.
Kneecap the capabilities and readiness of the nation's military.
No, it won't. No, it won't.
This is not fear-mongering like what our colleagues
just
across
sour
the
grapes,
aisle
yeah.
have been engaging in. These are just facts.
No,
Mr.
they're
Speaker,
not.
the pathway forward is crystal
They're nebulous
clear.
statements, you stupid
The House
cow.
must pass this rule and pass the Senate amendment to H.R. 1 so that more wins
that's
can be
good.
delivered to
That's
the
good,
American
Paul.
people. The American people deserve to keep winning, and to deny them that opportunity is a flagrant disservice.
Yeah, exactly. Meowing star.
This legislation
100%
is the
right.
embodiment
No, she's a
of the
vile,
America
vile
First
human
agenda,
who really
and we
deserves
would
no
all
grace.
do well to remember that. Failure at this critical juncture is not an option.
Oh, it is, bitch.
This clock
it is, you cunt.
ticking. The president and the American people are waiting.
Did you see the jobs report this morning,
I
Virginia?
reserve.
Did you see the jobs
Councilor
report?
time,
Because it's
gentleman from
starting.
Massachusetts.
It's starting, Virginia.
Thank you,
The
Mr. Speaker,
recession
and
is
I want to
starting.
thank the gentlewoman from North
I
Carolina
gotta
for
check the
yielding me the
data.
customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this process, an abomination, legislative malpractice. Final text of this bill came out less than 24 hours ago. We met in committee an hour after it was posted, and now we're here considering a rule that only allows for 1 hour of debate. This bill is within the jurisdiction of 12 different committees. 1 hour is ridiculous. And every minute we're finding out new things that were snuck into the bill. A tax cut for whalers, and now we're learning about a gambling tax. Republican leadership and the White House are jamming this bill down our throats. And for what? We are not on a deadline, no looming crisis. We're here because Donald Trump wants a 4th of July party to celebrate this garbage bill. He wants fireworks and flags and cameras, not for this country, but for himself. So he says, close your ears, close your eyes, and vote for this bill. Honestly, sounds more like a cult than a Congress to me. Some Republicans promised their voters no cuts to Medicaid, no new debt. Now they're flipping faster than pancakes at a campaign breakfast. The House passed it hoping the Senate would kill it. The Senate passed it hoping the House would grow a spine. Everyone is playing a game of legislative chicken, voting for a bad bill and thinking the other chamber will be the one to fix it. This is nuts. And Trump says, have fun and vote yay. Have fun gutting Medicaid? Vote yay on taking away food from poor families? Are you serious? This bill is catastrophic. It is not policy, it is punishment. Let's talk facts. It slashes Medicaid, cuts Medicare, dismantles the ACA. It shutters rural hospitals, closes nursing homes, wipes out health centers. It takes food off kitchen tables, throws clean energy workers out of jobs, spikes utility bills. And why? So billionaires and oil companies can cash in. Big oil gets handouts, billionaires get tax breaks, working families get scraps, if that. Jeff Bezos just had a $50 million wedding in Venice, and they want to give him another tax break. Meanwhile, families making under $50,000 a year, well, they get less than $1 a day in tax cuts. You can't even buy a cup of coffee with that. And the cost, over $3 trillion added to the debt and a $5 trillion debt ceiling raise, brought to you by the very people who won't shut up about so-called fiscal responsibility. This isn't tax reform to relieve the middle and working class. It is a robbery that will result in the largest transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich our country has ever seen. So let's not lie to the American people. This is about taking from the most vulnerable to pay off the already powerful. It is about pleasing one man who's holding this Congress hostage with primary threats and social media tantrums. This bill is cruel, it is cowardly, it is a betrayal of everything this country is supposed to stand for. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Langworthy.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I rise today in strong support of the rule to consider H.R. 1, the one big, beautiful bill, because the stakes for the American people could not be higher. We are rapidly approaching a fiscal cliff.
I didn't realize the
if we do
Apple head was
nothing,
still there.
the Trump tax cuts, the most pro-growth tax reforms in generations will expire. That means higher taxes on nearly every American. That means a gutted child tax credit. That means small businesses losing the tools they need to survive and to thrive. That means less take-home pay for working families already that have been crushed by the Biden-era inflation. This isn't some hypothetical scenario. This is the Democrats' game plan. They want to raise taxes. They want to punish success. They want more people dependent on government and fewer people building independent lives. And Republicans will not let that happen.
That's what we want.
With H.R. 1,
no, that was me.
we're stepping
Although they did
to
applaud.
lock in
They did applaud.
the Trump tax cuts permanently and to
I'm so
provide
sorry. That
targeted
was,
new relief to the workers and to the
can't remember
families who keep this country running.
govern.
Seniors, tipped workers, and those putting in overtime to get ahead. But, Mr. Speaker,
Morning,
this
Beth.
bill also
Hello.
takes a critical step to protect and to strengthen Medicaid, a vital program for millions of Americans. And let me be very clear about something this isn't anything radical. We're restoring the same common sense work requirements that President Bill Clinton signed into law into the 90s, one of the most popular things he did. And back then, a Democratic president worked with a Republican Congress to say that if you're able-bodied and adult without dependents and you're receiving government assistance, you should be expected to work, train, or volunteer and participate in the economy. And ladies and gentlemen, it worked. Poverty dropped, employment rose, and millions of Americans moved from welfare to work and independence. But Democrats today have abandoned that model. They want permanent government dependency. They'll oppose any form of accountability, and they'll vilify anyone who dares to suggest that opportunity should come with responsibility. Well, Republicans are standing up for what works and what's right, and we're saying Medicaid must remain a lifeline for the truly vulnerable, children, seniors, the people with disabilities, and low-income parents. But for able-bodied adults without kids, yes, you should try to work, just like in the 90s, just like under President Bill Clinton. This isn't extreme. It's not partisan. It's proven policy that respects both taxpayers and lifts people up. Mr. Speaker, this bill delivers economic relief, fiscal sanity, and basic fairness, and it secures the future of our economy and our safety net. Let's choose the path that's been tested and proven to work. Let's approve this rule. Let's pass one big, beautiful bill, and let's get this country back on track. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I want to alert all members to something about this rule. It has a mistake in it. Republicans have rushed this process from the very beginning to meet Trump's artificial July 4th deadline, and this rule is no exception. We found an error in the rule at 2 a.m. this morning after the Rules Committee reported the rule. This is going to sound a little in the weeds, but they forgot to do something called considering the previous question as ordered on their big, ugly bill. Now, let me put that in English. What that means is they won't have an escape hatch once they start debate on this bill. So if they started and they realize they don't have the votes, they still have to take the embarrassing vote. There are also other consequences, but this Speaker's timeout authority is the one Republican leadership is most afraid of. Now, I expect they'll try to fix this with an amendment, but I have a question for members. If this Republican leadership cannot get a one-paragraph rule right, can we really trust them to get a 870-page bill right? Not only are we going to find things that were snuck into this bill, we're going to find massive mistakes that have unintended consequences for people and industries across this country. This whole process has been lousy, and this rule is no exception, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
I love spicy
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Democrats.
I yield 2 minutes
Aw.
to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 2
there's
minutes.
no
Thank you, Mr.
moral
Speaker. I appreciate the
compass
opportunity to address
anywhere
the
in
American
the Republican
citizens
Party,
for
period.
just a couple of minutes. I know many of you are concerned about some of the language in the bill, and I think maybe the reason you're concerned is because the people that are telling you what's in the bill never bothered to read the bill. So I thought I would just read to you the part.
Oh, dude. You better
The
fucking
part, if you
step
read this,
down,
then you're
bitch.
lying to the general public.
Bullshit.
Exceptions, and this is on the SNAP, exceptions, paragraph 2, shall not apply to an individual if the individual is under 18
Yeah, I know.
or over 65
You
years
don't
of age.
understand the way things work.
Medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment, a parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child
Fucking
under
assholes.
14 years of age. So when the Democrats are telling you that we're kicking disabled people off of SNAP or we're kicking disabled people off of Medicaid, it's
the
an
work
absolute
requirement
lie.
documentation,
Page 16,
you fucking
page
idiot.
17 of the legislation.
Oh my God,
It will
you
take about
cheap
60
bastard.
seconds to read it.
You
That's
cheap
exactly what
fucking
it
bastard.
says.
You're a
Thank you.
bullshit bastard.
And
He's
I
lying, by
yield
the way.
remainder of my time to the gentlelady
He's
from
lying.
North Carolina.
Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of
Boondoggle.
low energy on that side, but I now want to yield to 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, the distinguished ranking member of the House Committee on House Administration, Mr. Morelli.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you to my good friend, the gentleman from Massachusetts, the ranking member of the Rules Committee for yielding. Mr. Speaker, as we reach the apparent conclusion of this absurd exercise, it's worth asking, what's the purpose of this bill? This bill that will strip away health insurance from nearly 17 million people, devastating communities like mine in Rochester, New York. This bill that will recklessly eliminate food assistance for nearly 3 million Americans, including nearly 1 million senior citizens. This bill that explodes the deficit by $3.3 trillion.
Girl,
but for what?
Grumble away.
Well, Mr. Speaker,
I love
sometimes
you.
the simplest explanation is closest to the truth.
Let's
We all saw the
grumble.
gaggle of billionaires sitting behind Donald Trump on Inauguration Day earlier this year. The driving force behind this entire legislative effort has been to grant handouts to those same billionaires and special interests, all at the expense of hardworking families. Mr. Speaker, I hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will stop and think again before voting for the worst piece of legislation in generations. But I know one thing for certain. House Democrats will never stop fighting for American families. With that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McDowell.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Speaker, today we take another big step towards delivering a course correction for our country. The American people sent us here with a mandate to fight back and deliver on a promise. That is what the One Big Beautiful Bill is. Americans should first know what my colleagues in opposition to this legislation are voting for.
Who is this?
And what they are voting
Who is
against.
this Chester?
Not passing this bill
Who the fuck
means a
is this
$1,700
Chester?
increase in taxes for the
fuck?
average American family of 4.
Are you kidding
Mr.
me?
Speaker, that might not be a big deal to the elites in Manhattan
Yikes.
or San Francisco, but it does mean a lot
What?
to the people
Girl,
of
come
my
on
district in
now.
North Carolina.
What are you talking
Not
about?
passing this bill means our Border Patrol officers and our Coast Guard won't have what they need to secure the border and stop the flow of deadly fentanyl. It doesn't stop there, Mr. Speaker. Opposing this bill also means protecting waste over purpose, fraud over fairness, and foreign interests over American strength. Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure voters in my district know what passing the One Big Beautiful Bill will mean for them. It means you get to keep more of your hard-earned money.
No, you don't.
It means that small businesses
No, you don't.
can spend more money on your employees
No,
instead of sending it to Washington.
That's not true.
This bill will make our communities safer by making a
How?
historic investment in our border security.
That's not.
No
those
more
are feelings.
dangerous,
Those are
illegal
feelings.
aliens parading around with no consequences.
Those are Addison
Mr. Speaker,
McDowell
this
of North
legislation is one of the
Carolina.
most
Okay,
consequential items we will vote on.
I don't mind his
It is
tie, but
President
everything
Trump's
else
agenda,
about him, like
and it is
his
what we all
flesh
told the
and his
people back home we
soul,
would do.
I think he needs to go
Now,
away.
the House must get it done, and I urge all of my colleagues to vote in
urge
favor
all
of
of my
this rule. Let's
colleagues.
choose our country
I do yard work
over
under the
comfort
table as
and
best
get
I
the
can.
big,
I'm
beautiful
not reliable
bill
enough
to
for
the
a
President's
full-time
desk.
job.
With that, Mr.
And
Speaker, I
Washington
yield
allows
back.
me. Yep.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman
That's
from
it, Paul
Massachusetts.
J.
Mr. Speaker, the
And
gentleman
that's
from North
called
Carolina. I know a
hard work.
senator
It's
from North
called
Carolina who
surviving.
disagrees with everything he just said,
And
and
pushing
including a lot of
yourself.
hospitals in North Carolina that disagree with what he
we
just said.
fucking-
I now yield 1 minute to the
It's already a
gentleman from
serfdom.
Maryland,
You know,
the
it's already like
distinguished ranking member of the
forcing
Committee
people
on the Judiciary, Mr.
to
Raskin.
do more just to
Recognized for 1
survive.
minute.
I
And
thank
that's
the
such
gentleman.
bullshit.
Mr. Speaker, I found the preamble to this big, ugly bill. We, the billionaires, and our king, in order to deform and sicken our union, establish injustice, ensure domestic servility, weaken our people's defenses, undermine the general welfare, and reserve to ourselves and our posterity staggering debt servitude for eternity, do hereby instruct the Republicans in Congress to strip 17 million people of their health care, increase co-pays, deductibles, and premiums for everyone else, cut 42 million people off of nutritional assistance, increase the national debt by $4 trillion, trash renewable energy systems, increase our electric bills for the carbon kings,
It's so
all
fucked up,
to
James.
weaken and destroy the Constitution of the people of these United States of America. Please include this preamble in the legislative
Yelling Star.
record.
Exactly.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman
have
reserved. Gentleman
anything
from
to say to
Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, the
doesn't have
distinguished
anybody to
ranking member of the
speak.
Committee on
That's
Oversight and
hilarious.
Government Reform, Mr. Garcia.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, my Democratic colleagues and I believe in a country where we take care of our fellow Americans and the wealthiest pay their fair share. But Republicans are fighting for the biggest ripoff in American history and the biggest attack on our social safety
love
net
the spicy
in
Dems.
decades. If this bill passes, 16 million people are going to lose their health insurance. They will take away basic food assistance from millions of veterans, seniors, and kids. Because of this bill, the poorest 10% of Americans are going to lose $1,600 per person on average, while the richer only get richer. It's a transfer from the poor and the middle class to the wealthiest. And it does all of this while increasing debt over $3 trillion. What happened to fiscal responsibility? That means that our grandkids will fund a tax cut for Elon Musk. Now, while I'm proud that we are defeating a number of extremely concerning provisions in this House bill, this is our last chance to stand up for our values. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this big BS bill. The American people are watching, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Herodopoulos.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. Promises made, promises kept. Voters wanted change for one simple reason. It was too expensive to
We
live in
were
America
lied to
the last
with
4 years.
disinformation and
Gas prices,
saturated with Russian
rent prices,
propaganda.
food prices
That's
up
right.
radically.
Oh,
So this bill is
let's
designed
look
to
at
help
egg
those very
prices.
people hurt the last 4 years. People who earned tips, who earned
Yes, bitch.
overtime.
Sing
People
it.
who earned
Sing
Social
it.
Security get the big tax
Sing
cut.
it.
And let's be clear here so the American public hears it loud and clear. The current tax rate on the wealthiest Americans is 37%. Under this bill, it remains at 37%. And at the same time, we're protecting the most vulnerable. Please read the bill. You'll see that seniors in nursing homes unaffected. You will see
The
that
price of
persons
eggs
who are disabled unaffected.
exactly
Pregnant
the same
women on
as
Medicaid
it was a year
unaffected.
ago.
And low income
Let me say that
kids
again.
because their parents
Can I
aren't
say that
making much
again?
unaffected.
I'm going to make him quiet. I'm going to say that again. The price of eggs, according to trading economics, which is that's all the commodities, everything. The price of eggs is the same as it was a year ago. That's it. There's no magic. There's no magic. None. Zero. So, yeah, I just stop. Oil's going up. Brent crude is up. All the commodities are up. The GDP on July 1st fell 0.1%. The jobs report for June, 33,000 under. Hold on, sorry. So sorry.
A year, and every single Republican voted against it. I mean, what's that all about? Follow the money. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Mississippi, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Homeland Security, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for the time.
It sounds almost
Mr. Speaker, Republicans
Jim.
are openly bragging about how the bill kicks children and the elderly off Medicaid, nutritional assistance, and more, all to pay another tax break for wealthy Republican donors. But my Republican colleagues are not talking about the trillions and trillions of dollars their political giveaway is going to cost. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Vice President Vance has said historic levels of Homeland Security funding in the bill sweetens the deal for the devil. This bill means billions of American tax dollars to build a wall Trump promised Mexico would pay for. Billions of dollars for masked ICE agents to terrorize immigrant families who've been contributing to our country for decades, including law-abiding Marines and even American kids, and billions of dollars for DHS to continue obstructing Congress and denying due process to legal immigrants. My Republican colleagues may be fooled by one big ugly bill, but the American people are not. I urge my colleagues vote no on the rule and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford.
Gentleman's recognized for 3.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair, for your work on this. I raise today in support of the rule and in strong support of H.R. 1, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Today, Mr. Speaker, we face a watershed moment for the American people. This Republican majority was given a clear mandate by the American people, the America First agenda.
I can tell grocery prices aren't cheaper.
This bill is our opportunity to deliver on that agenda.
Exactly. Look at that sign.
H.R. 1 stops the largest tax increase in U.S. history while providing the largest tax cut for working and middle-class families ever.
Lucy's mommy.
With no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and tax breaks for seniors. H.R. 1 protects the 87,000 Missouri farms and countless family-owned small businesses from double taxation by expanding the death tax exemption. The One Big Beautiful Bill reverses 4 years, 4 long years of Biden's open border policies with a generational investment in border security, including funding to complete Phase 2 of the border wall. The One Big Beautiful Bill modernizes our armed forces for 21st century threats by properly preparing our military and funding the Golden Dome. H.R. 1 ends the progressive left's war on America energy by unleashing domestic oil, natural gas, and nuclear energy production, lowering energy costs, ensuring reliable and stable energy sources, and renewing not just energy independence, but making us energy dominant once again. Finally, H.R. 1 restores fiscal sanity by cutting almost $2 trillion in federal spending, rescinding billions in green new scam funding, and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse from numerous federal programs. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a time for choosing. We can choose to side with the illegal aliens, unelected rogue bureaucrats, and fear-mongering from the America left, we can choose to side with the American people and deliver on the mandate that they gave us back in November. I urge my colleagues to put America first, support the rule, and pass the One Big Beautiful Bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, cult much? That gentleman's poster says it all. It's not about American families. It's about one big party for Trump. It's about swelling up his ego. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Speaker Emeritus Ms. Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader, for your...
Gentlewoman's recognized for how much?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One minute. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your leadership, Mr. McGovern. The gentleman just ended by saying to vote for this big, beautiful bill. This big, beautiful bill? Well, if beauty is in the eye of the beholder, then you, GOP, you have a very blurred vision of what America is about. Is it beautiful to cut off food from seniors and children? Is it beautiful to cut off 17 million people from health care? Is it beautiful to do this, to give tax cuts to billionaires in our country? Is it beautiful to take money from education and the rest? The list goes on and on. Dr. King nearly 60 years ago said, of all the forms of inequality, injustice in health is the most shocking and the most inhuman because it often results in physical death. We come to this floor with the moral force of Dr. King's words in our heart. Let us not, with this bill, turn the American dream he talked about in a nightmare for America's seniors, the disabled, our children, our children, our children. Let us vote no on this shameful bill and throw a punch for the children.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from North Carolina.
I like that finish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
She's a much more elegant, elderly woman than I am.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlewoman from California, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Financial Services, Ms. Waters.
Thank you very much.
Recognized for 1 minute.
This big, ugly bill straps health care from 17 million Americans, shutters hospitals, and will starve 12 million people by taking away their food stamps. These cuts add up to $1.3 trillion, the exact cost of the tax cut Republicans are handing out to the richest 1% of Americans. But that's not all. The entire bill will add a whooping $3.3 trillion to our nation's $35 trillion debt. So much for Republicans being the party of fiscal responsibility. They're also gutting the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, an agency that returned $21 billion to families cheated by mega banks. They're cutting housing funds during an affordability crisis and weakening oversight of Wall Street. Maybe they're forgotten that the people elected them, not Trump or the billionaire class.
I can't remember.
And
that's McGovern.
Mr. Speaker, members, it'll be a cold day in hell before we let Republicans get away with this. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Yeah, whooping whopping, doesn't matter.
I reserve, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
If I can inquire of the gentlelady, if she doesn't have many speakers, maybe she can lend us some time because we have a ton.
Nice try, Mr. McGovern.
In Congress, we can measure how much people really believe in their position by whether they're willing to come and join their leaders on the House floor. Well, I count 4 members on the Republican side, and we've got over 75 over here. But if I were them, I wouldn't want to be associated with this bill either. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to urge we defeat the previous question, and if we do, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to consider amendment number 156, offered by Leader Jeffries, which strikes all provisions that would cause millions of Americans to lose health care and food assistance. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And, Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Ocasio-Cortez.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, and I thank the chairman. President Trump had issued some statements throughout this process saying and urging, insisting that this bill does not cut Medicaid. He's also said some things, he says he doesn't think I'm too much of a smart person. And I'll tell you one thing. It doesn't take a smart person to know if you're being lied to. President Trump, you're either being lied to or you are lying to the American people. Because this bill represents, in the text of this bill, the largest and greatest loss of health care in American history. 17 million Americans will lose their health care on this bill, not undocumented people, not quote unquote the disgusting term illegal, but 17 million Americans will have their health care cut from this bill. On this point of tax on tips, as one of the only people in this body who has lived off of tips, I want to tell you a little bit about the scam of that text, a little bit of the fine print there. The cap on that is $25,000. While you're jacking up taxes on people who make less than $50,000 across the United States, while taking away their SNAP, while taking away their Medicaid, while kicking them off of the ACA and their health care extensions. So if you're at home and you're living off tips, you do the math. Is that worth it to you? Losing all your health care, not able to feed your babies, not being able to put a diaper on their bottom in exchange for what? This bill is a deal with the devil. It explodes our national debt. It militarizes our entire economy, and it strips away health care and basic dignity of the American people. For what? To give Elon Musk a tax break and billionaires the greedy taking of our nation. We cannot stand for it, and we will not support it. You should be ashamed.
I think it depends. There's different. There's all kinds of different estimates, but they're all above 11
Members are
million
reminded
butterflies.
not to engage in personalities toward the president.
Yeah, shut up.
And members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels.
Gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss an important provision in the big, beautiful bill.
He's not president anymore.
I was proud to introduce the Endowment Tax Fairness Act,
He's got like a little
which would
curl
tax
in
the
middle
endowment
of his
profits of
forehead.
private elite universities at 21%, raising an estimated, listen to me, $70 to $100 billion over 10 years. The Senate gutted this provision and reduced it to under $1 billion annually to protect elite universities.
I think they
that
are.
take hundreds of millions of dollars annually in federal
do?
tax dollars. We were given instructions to generate revenue to pay for President Trump's wonderful priorities. Folks, we're not taxing the endowment in itself. Harvard has $53 billion. We're not taxing that. We're just going to tax the net earnings on their investments at 21%, which was equal to the corporate tax rate. And what did the Senate do? They reduced it to 8%, just under 8%. It is about time
Did you set off
that we
fireworks in
get
your
these
hand
universities
again, Jimmy?
to pay the same that corporate America pays. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Did you grab the fireworks?
I yield
while they
1
were
minute to the
going
gentlewoman
off,
from
Jimmy?
Florida, Ms. Wasserman
Again?
Schultz.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose this vile Republican plunder of working families,
Yelling
seniors,
star.
and veterans.
That's
Also,
gonna
the
be
richest
the-
Americans can be
the
showered
deal.
with even more wealth. This billionaire bailout would strip health care coverage from 17 million Americans, nearly 2 million in my...
Whoa, what happened?
Cancer screenings and prenatal care harder to get by defunding Planned Parenthood. It cripples solar and
wasn't
wind
me.
projects and kills millions of clean, green manufacturing and construction jobs, all so the rich can get huge
I
tax
think he
breaks.
grabbed the
And no
steak
family
off
is
the grill too
unscathed because
fast.
this bill also blows up the national debt by $4 trillion, which drives
Got
up
drunk on
interest rates
tequila
on
and
car
stuck his
loans and
hands in the
mortgages
coals.
and triggers billions in Medicare cuts, cutting health care for our seniors. This bill makes life less affordable, more painful, and instead of uplifting lives, it will end them. When history looks back on this bill, its legacy will be Trump lied and people died. Vote no. I yield back.
Chair would remind members, once again, not to engage in personalities toward the president.
Jesus.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magazzino.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
When we say that the Republican Party has turned into a cult, this is what we mean. Our Republican colleagues are pushing a bill that would throw their constituents under the bus, a bill that flies in the face of everything they claim to stand for, all because Donald Trump wants a bill-signing photo op by the 4th of July. Our Republican colleagues know that this bill will cost 17 million Americans their health insurance. They know that nursing homes in their own districts will have to close down. They know that under this bill, $5 trillion of debt are being added that will be paid for by my children and your children and their children for generations to come so that today's billionaires can get a tax break. They know that this bill is unpopular and many of their vulnerable members will lose re-election over it. But the cult leader has decided he wants his photo op on July 4th, and our Kool-Aid drinking colleagues are going along with it. They know this is wrong. They still have a chance to do right by their constituents and their convictions. Vote no on this bill.
I don't love the fit of his suit,
I yield back.
but that's okay.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
I'll give him a pass.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the very
Someone
distinguished
came
gentleman
up.
from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman's recognized for
Marble Mouth
2
Wilson
minutes.
here.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman
Marble
Virginia
Mouth
Fox of
Wilson,
North
I'm
Carolina.
here to tell you
And
something.
indeed, Republicans were elected last November, but with promises made, promises kept. And despite the extraordinarily ignorant lies on the other side, the American people know that the bill that we'll be voting on today reduces taxes, creating jobs. It's the elimination of taxes on tips and overtime. It provides for securing the border. It provides for energy independence. It provides for the ability of having peace through strength. All of this is in the bill. And then compassion. It's not compassion if you support programs that are ultimately going to fail. But Republicans want people who need assistance to receive the assistance. We already know Margaret Thatcher has identified what they're proposing. And that is socialism will work until you run out spending other people's money. They are putting the poor people of America at risk. We're the ones of compassion. Additionally, with the promises made, promises kept by Donald Trump. I've lived it. I led the delegation to move the delegation, the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He did that. People said you shouldn't do it, the State Department, because it leads to dislocation. No, it led to the embassy being in Jerusalem, and it led to the Abraham Accords.
I don't know what
we
it
know
is.
last week the president was advised, do not bomb Iran. It will lead to World War III. No, it has led to a ceasefire and the ability of having Abraham Accords extended to other countries, including Syria. And I'm really grateful that Lindsey Graham was such an advisor. The president acted despite the naysayers that we have all around us. I just appreciate Donald Trump. Promises made, promises kept. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member McGovern. I'm an occupational therapist. I help people live the fullest life they could, given the cards they were dealt. I worked at a school for children with disabilities and a nursing home, helping seniors maintain their independence. I know exactly what it means to cut $1 trillion from Medicare, Medicaid, and Affordable Care Act, which is exactly what this big, ugly bill does. Taking away health care for 17 million Americans won't make us any healthier. Stealing food away from the neediest children, seniors, and veterans won't make us any stronger. Giving billionaires a tax break won't make us any richer. Children will go hungry. Seniors will lose their health care. Students will lose their financial aid. Hospitals will close. Americans will die. I urge my Republican colleagues to stand up, grow a spine, stop bowing down to your king, Donald Trump, represent your constituents like you were elected to do, and vote no on this horrible, big, ugly bill. I yield back.
Bill,
For the third time, the chair would remind members not to engage in personalities toward the president, or they will be called out of order. Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
I hope it was a grizzly
Mr.
bear.
Speaker, the House is not in order.
Where was it? I can't find it now. I love the yelling. I just
In order.
love it. I love it.
The House will be in order.
Oh, look at how mad he's getting. Oh my God, you're getting so mad, girl. Why are you getting so mad?
Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Why are you getting so mad?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
I'll reserve.
Gentlewoman
I wasn't
reserved.
actually
Gentleman
going to
from
say
Massachusetts.
anything.
Mr. Speaker, if there are no other Republican members willing to speak for this bill, we can send some members over to you just to state the facts as to what's in this bill. Let's do the public a service.
Yeah, right? Let's talk about the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Maryland.
Don't tell me
Mr.
Democrats are the
Orszewski.
same as Republicans.
recognized for 1 minute.
Damn it.
Thank you. I rise today to remind my colleagues that this bill is more than words on paper. The policies we're debating today have real impacts on real people. People like 4-year-old Amir Rich, who visited my office earlier this month. Amir was born at just 2 pounds and spent 452 days in the hospital. Today, although he still depends on feeding tubes and oxygen tanks, he is thriving. He's walking and able to speak. He lit up my office with energy. And that's thanks to the care he received under Medicaid. Christina was forced to leave her 16-year career in corrections to become his full-time caregiver, placing a significant financial strain on their family. In the face of rising costs for American families, Medicaid has become a vital lifeline, helping to cover the kind of care Amir needs. The bill before us guts these lifelines like Medicaid and CHIP. These programs cover nearly half of all American children. For families like Christina and Amir, today's vote is a matter of life and death. I encourage my colleagues to look at Amir, look at him, and oppose this reckless bill. Protect the vital support systems that serve millions of Americans. Thank you. I yield.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Kennedy.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to be here and speak in favor of the rule for the big, beautiful bill. As a provider of health care myself, as a doctor, and as a recipient of Medicaid services, my first 3 children were born on Medicaid, in addition to the fact that as a child I was receiving food assistance, not only from free school lunch programs, but church programs, recognizing the vital need associated with Medicaid as well as with these food programs. We need to right-size these programs. Mr. Speaker, if we don't take a different trajectory, these programs will collapse under the economic failures of prior administrations. The reality behind this is these bills, this bill that we're discussing today, it is insisting on work requirements associated with the recipient of Medicaid. If you're an able-bodied working adult, you should be able to go out and find a job. If you can't find a job, you need to go to a training program and try to find training so that you can get a job and ultimately get off Medicaid. One of the components about Medicaid, we all know, it was formed in favor of pregnant women, disabled people, as well as the elderly. And what the Republicans are trying to do is right-size the Medicaid program so that it survives for the long term, the vital needs of the people of the future. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the time, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
If you can't find a job, just enroll in a training program. Well, that's hard to do when Republicans are cutting and gutting the training programs that exist in this country. I now yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Johnson.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I've been listening to this debate, and I am struck by the appalling ability of the members of the other side who are so afraid of this president. They are willing to lie to the American people because they fear the tweet of a president more than they fear the wrath of the voters at the ballot box. This will come to roost because 17 million people are going to lose their health care. And in Texas, we're one of the largest creators of clean energy jobs. Texas is the energy state. I'm proud to be an energy state. We have vast amounts of oil and gas jobs, but we also are the largest creator of clean energy jobs. And we will lose millions of employment in our state because the Republicans of this delegation are going to vote for this bill. And in response to Representative Nels, I'm a proud graduate of the University of Texas. I think Texas A&M and our elite University of Texas deserves to have the funding in our universities. With this bill, we must vote it down, and I condemn the Republicans in the state of Texas who are going to harm our state with their support of this bill. And with that, I yield back.
Wow.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Wow. Okay. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
3 years ago today, I was diagnosed with neuroendocrine cancer. That day, my youngest child, my daughter, turned 2 months old. There's a drug that I have to take every month, every 28 days. And the first time I saw the bill for that, the list price on that drug was $24,000 per injection. For people that don't have insurance or Medicaid
Which is
or aren't
concerning.
covered,
You're right, Max.
they're not getting that shot. They're not going to survive, some of them. This is a choice for some of you between your career and saving people's lives. There are so many folks who have reached out over the last several months, panicking about their disabled children, about their senior citizen parents who are in nursing homes, people struggling with cancer, Alzheimer's, dementia, sickle cell, diabetes, all of these illnesses. You have the power today to make sure that they can live with dignity and stay alive. Or you can choose your career. That is your choice. We choose to keep people alive. We choose to have health care in this country. We refuse to cut health care for 17 million people and 1.6 million people in Texas because it's wrong and it's immoral and we can take a different course.
Wow, they really are terrible people. Like, this is so craven. It doesn't benefit their
Speaker,
own
I yield 2
constituents.
minutes to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Baumgartner.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of the big, beautiful bill.
Are you watching, Mr.
At its
Trump?
heart, the big, beautiful bill is a measure that will make
kissing
America
up your
both
rump.
wealthier and safer.
Are you watching,
And I'm inspired
Mr. Trump?
in thinking about the big, beautiful bill of not only this president, but two of my favorite former presidents. The first would be President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, who realized
to anyone
excuse me, who realized, it's getting the appropriate quote, who realized the negative impacts of high tax rates. Indeed, roughly 60 years ago, President Kennedy warned, I have a constituent, the largest single barrier to full employment of our manpower and resources and to a higher rate of economic growth is the unrealistic heavy drag of federal income taxes on private purchasing power, initiative, and incentive. And indeed, I have little doubt that President Kennedy would be a big fan of the big, beautiful bill. Similarly, President Reagan realized peace through strength was how America could defeat the communist Soviet Union. And he realized how missile defense was key to facing up to the challenge of the communists. Today, the big, beautiful bill puts much-needed funding into missile defense through the Golden Dome system. And I encourage every American that cares about making our country wealthier and safer to support the big, beautiful bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this bill makes me sick to my stomach. I have met with over 200 manufacturers in my district, and the one thing I hear over and over again is the cost of everything is going up. And now this administration is yet again trying to raise prices on working Michiganders. This bill in Michigan will kick 750,000 people off of their Medicaid. It will eliminate critical investments in Michigan manufacturing. It means for Michiganders, the costs will continue to go up and up and up. And as someone who served as the chief of staff on the U.S. Auto Rescue in the Obama administration, I know what it means to see Michiganders struggling. I know what it means when Michiganders have to choose between paying their bills and paying for life-saving health care, all while billionaires get a tax cut. This bill, Mr. Speaker, makes me sick to my stomach, and I urge everyone to vote no. Thank you.
Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Side of the aisle. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes.
Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to oppose this terrible bill that is a bad deal for Ohio and the residents of Ohio's 13th congressional district and the people of the United States of America. When I was first elected, I told the people of Ohio's 13th congressional district that it may be my name on the ballot, but when I win, we are all going to Washington together. I made that promise because as a representative of my district, it is my responsibility to make sure my constituents' needs are being addressed here in Washington. The people in Ohio's 13th congressional district need lower costs. The people in Ohio's 13th congressional district need access to care. The people in Ohio's 13th district need opportunity to work, to buy a house, to live their American dream, but this bill does none of that. Instead, it kicks 17 million people off of their health care and makes life more expensive. People don't have extra money to pay for billionaires' yachts and 2-month-long vacations. This bill takes money away from hardworking Americans and gives it to the rich. It takes food away from children, making their bellies hungry. And in my district, Mr. Speaker, 30,000 jobs are in jeopardy. So I don't want to hear another word from Republicans about people not wanting to work when they are sending them to the unemployment line. Mr. Speaker, this is a bad bill. Do not allow the people in my district to be unemployed, hungry, and without the ability to live their American dream.
Time has expired. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my Democrat colleagues continue to rail against common sense community engagement requirements which require able-bodied adults without an exemption to spend 20 hours per week working, volunteering, enrolling in school, or participating in a work development program.
They have to take care of, but maybe they don't have a formal arrangement.
These work requirements apply only to able-bodied adults without young dependents who don't have a disqualifying condition. Individuals that are exempt from these requirements include pregnant women, individuals under the age of 19 or over the age of 64, foster youth and former foster youth under the age of 26, members of tribes, individuals who are considered medically frail, and individuals who are already in compliance with the work requirements under temporary assistance for needy families, TANF, or supplemental nutrition assistance program, SNAP. The list goes on, but our priority remains the same: to root out waste, fraud, and abuse, and to strengthen and sustain Medicaid for those for whom the program was intended to serve. The expectant mothers, children with disabilities, the poor, and the elderly.
Nope, it doesn't help because they have to fill out paperwork now, bitch.
Gentlelady from North Carolina reserves her time.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, Democratic Leader Jeffries has an amendment to strike the devastating cuts to health care and SNAP. And I yield to the gentlewoman from New York, the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Ms. Clark, for a purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and to SNAP.
Mr. Speaker. Okay.
Does the gentlewoman from North Carolina yield for the purpose?
All time yielded is for the purpose of debate, and I do not yield for that request.
Gentlelady from North Carolina does not yield. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I yield
from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Carter, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. Speaker,
let's do it.
I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any Medicaid cuts and any cuts to SNAP.
I love this.
North Carolina.
Mr. Speaker, all time yield is for the purpose of debate. I do not yield for that request.
Chair understands that the gentlelady from North Carolina is not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Mr. Speaker,
gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. McBath, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Once again, the chair understands that the gentlelady from North Carolina will not yield for the purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Well, strap in, baby.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Omar, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
The gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The lady of North Carolina has expressed a desire not to entertain the unanimous consent request for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
To the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is
I
recognized.
love the
Mr.
staffers
Speaker,
like trying to
I
make
ask
sure everybody's got
unanimous
it.
consent to amend the rule to make in order that the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicare and SNAP.
Given that the gentlelady from North Carolina will not accept the request for the unanimous consent agenda, the purpose, therefore, cannot be entertained at this time.
Star.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Once again, the chair understands that the gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and
this.
therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. Watson-Coleman, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and to SNAP.
The chair understands the gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Beatty, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to
amend
amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts
my next
to
destination has to be
Medicaid
Michigan.
and SNAP.
Northwest.
Once again, the chair understands the gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fushi, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
I love hearing
Mr.
really
Speaker,
great
I
places
ask
in
unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Chair understands the gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and to SNAP.
Carolina has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose. Therefore, the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, you sure you don't want to check with the gentlelady of North Carolina just in case she changed her mind?
Yeah.
The chair is pretty confident.
Okay.
No, it's okay.
I yield, Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms.
actually,
Adams,
Val. That's
for
a
the
good
purpose
question.
of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Speaker,
They have
I
to
ask
take- he
unanimous
went to
consent
poop,
to amend the
Badger.
rule to make in order the
You know
amendment
this.
at the desk
You know this.
that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms.
The
Fox,
dots
has not
are
yielded for that
everything.
purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman
stand
from
up.
Maryland, Mr. Mafume, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not
It really
yielded
does.
for that
It has a
purpose, and therefore
cohesion
the
to it. I
unanimous
really
consent
love it.
request
Yep.
cannot be entertained. Gentleman
Really
from
love it.
Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in
I haven't
order
really seen
the
this
amendment
lately.
at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Jackson, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Crockett, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Exactly, Neil. Yes.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not
This is
yielded for
on the
that
record.
purpose, and therefore
This
the
is the
unanimous
on the
consent
record
request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
First of
Gentleman
all,
from
I
Massachusetts.
appreciate
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from
Black
Ohio,
Caucus
Ms. Brown, for the purpose of a
standing
unanimous consent
and
request.
having,
Mr. Speaker,
you know,
I ask unanimous consent to
a
amend the rule
significant
to make in
presence.
order the
That I
amendment at the
appreciate
desk that
first.
protects against any
And
cuts to
secondly,
Medicaid and
it
SNAP.
seems like the Democrats are cohesive.
Gentlelady from North Carolina
on
has
this
not yielded
point,
for that
and
purpose,
is,
and therefore
I appreciate
the
that.
unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. McClellan,
I know that
for the purpose
politicians
of a
aren't
unanimous
perfect at
consent
all,
request.
but I am
Mr.
proud
Speaker,
of
I
a
ask
lot of the
unanimous
congressional
consent
members
to amend the
that
rule
we have.
to make in order the
on the
amendment
Democrat
at the
side.
desk that protects
They're very
against
well
any
read
cuts
into the issues.
to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from
they
North
don't
Carolina
just
has
stick to
not yielded for
propaganda,
that purpose, and therefore
soundbites.
the unanimous consent
I
request cannot
appreciate
be
them very
entertained.
much for that.
Mr. Speaker,
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentlewoman from California,
just
Ms.
get
Simon, for the
Citizens
purpose
United
of a
overturned.
unanimous consent request.
And lobbying, and we'll probably be okay.
Mr. Speaker, I ask
Except for
unanimous
lobbying by the
consent to
people.
amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North
I
Carolina
love
has not
her
yielded for
so
that
much,
purpose,
and I
and
met her
therefore
a
the
couple
unanimous
times,
consent
and
request
she
cannot be
absolutely
entertained.
is the same
Gentleman from
energy
Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the
person,
gentlewoman from Oregon,
off
Ms.
the record
Bynum,
kind of
for the
thing
purpose
as
of a
she is
unanimous consent
when
request.
she's there. I can't tell you enough good things
Mr.
about
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule
her. I know the
to make in
subtitle.
order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Maryland,
Neil
Mr.
Scott.
Ivey, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker,
from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentlewoman from New Jersey, Ms. MacGyver, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Amo, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentleman from California, Ms. Kamliger Dove, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Bell, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Fields, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
This is what the process
Gentlelady from North
is,
Carolina
and
has
it's
not
on the
yielded for
record,
that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
May not be a good thing today,
Gentleman
but
from
it can be a
Massachusetts.
good
Speaker, I yield to the
thing
gentlewoman
for
from Georgia, Ms. Williams, for
Create
the purpose of a
record.
unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose,
I love
and therefore
how
the
Democrats
unanimous
working
consent request
together,
cannot be entertained.
right? Congressional
Gentleman from
Black
Massachusetts.
Caucus
Mr.
is
Speaker,
like,
I yield to
we're
the
gonna
gentleman from
focus,
Alabama,
you know,
Mr.
like
Figures, for the purpose
feels
of a
very
unanimous consent
coordinated
request.
and together, and I really
Mr. Speaker,
appreciate
thank you.
that. Because I know
I
not
ask
everybody
unanimous
gets what they
consent
need
to
or want.
amend the
and
rule
you
to
know
make
what I
it in
mean? Like,
order the amendment at the desk that
it's just not a
protects
monolith.
against
And
any
I love
cuts to
that.
Medicaid or SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent
And
request cannot
this
be
is
entertained.
good drama.
Thank you,
Gentleman
Mr.
from
Speaker.
Massachusetts.
Yield back.
Good drama.
Mr.
Yeah.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Yeah.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rules to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore
I
the
really
unanimous
have to pee
consent
'cause my
request
prostate is
cannot
really
be
tickling
entertained.
me
Gentleman
down
from
there.
Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Strickland, for the purpose of unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
We do go deep on that, don't we?
Mr.
James?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make an order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Georgia,
James, it's
Mr.
just gonna
Bishop,
take
for the
off.
purpose of a unanimous consent request.
One of these days, it's going to take off.
Speaker,
like
I
a
ask
rocket.
unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects
Or maybe
against
not,
any
then.
cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Lee, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
I feel like we also
The gentlelady
have
from
an
North Carolina has not
incredibly
yielded for that
talented
purpose,
group
and
of young
therefore the
Democrats
unanimous consent request cannot be
across the
entertained.
board.
Gentleman from
You know,
Massachusetts.
like the
Mr.
young
Speaker, I yield to the
Democrats,
gentlewoman
I think,
from
are really
Illinois,
strong
Ms.
and
Kelly,
will
for the
push
purpose
us
of a unanimous consent
in a more
request.
progressive direction.
Mr.
I really
Speaker.
believe that.
I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Conway, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make an order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Carson, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Salinas, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman
Karen.
from Texas,
There
Ms.
you go.
Johnson, for the purpose of a
This
unanimous
week,
consent
I think
request.
I probably gained
Mr. Speaker,
a little
I
bit.
ask
I've been
unanimous
eating.
consent to amend the rule to make an order the amendment at the
been eating
desk
a
that
lot of
protects
snacks.
against any cuts to
tortilla chips.
Medicaid and SNAP.
But good
The
job,
gentlelady
Karen.
from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and
Go,
therefore the
Karen.
unanimous
Go,
consent
Karen.
request cannot be entertained.
Go, Karen.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
For the purpose of a unanimous consent
Oh,
request.
that's a pretty top.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects
I love
against
the young
any
Democrats. I'm
cuts
sorry.
to Medicaid and SNAP.
Sorry, not sorry.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous
Oh,
consent
boy, he
request
tells the
cannot be
gray
entertained.
hag, you
Gentleman
owe
from
me.
Massachusetts.
Yield to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Budzinski, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Hawaii, Mr. Kuda, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady of North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Mang, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Dingle, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady of North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady of North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Fletcher, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady of North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud to yield to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman, state is inquiry.
Does one Republican member have the power to block an amendment to protect Medicaid and SNAP?
Ooh.
The manager of the pending resolution would have to yield for any such amendment.
Well, that kind of seems like a silly rule. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Gillen, for the purpose of unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and to SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Morrison, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Brownlee, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against
any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Once again, the gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request may not be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Torres, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendments at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Capter, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make an order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Liu, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Can I correct the record? I'm from Ohio. No, I said that she's from Ohio.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent.
Go sit down.
To amend the rule to make an order
I love you, Ted Lieu.
the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Appreciate that if
Gentleman
we
from
can
Massachusetts.
operate,
Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Velasquez, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Then that would be like ideal.
I ask unanimous consent to
Oh, I
amend the
met this
rule to
woman
make
once.
in
I love
order
her so
the
much.
amendment at the desk that protects
She
against
is
any
such a
cuts
sweetheart
to
in
Medicaid
person.
and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Wait, whoa.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Georgia,
love
Mr. Johnson,
the
for the
shirt.
purpose of a
Don't cut out now. Oh, fuckers. Stop. Why are you doing that? There we go.
And SNAP.
I'm so
The
sorry.
gentlelady from North Carolina has
I
not
love
yielded
it.
for
I
that
love
purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk
I hope you know
that
how I
protects
feel about
against
gray
any
suits.
cuts to Medicaid.
I don't feel good about them.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has
I'm gonna
not
give him a
yielded for that
break
purpose, and
because
therefore
he's
the
a
unanimous
Democrat,
consent
but
request
next
cannot be
time, dark
entertained.
suits,
Gentleman
sir.
from Massachusetts.
Come on now.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Landsman, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that
that's an
protects
easy call.
against any
Okay,
cuts
Jane, that's
to
an easy
Medicaid
call.
and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Maryland, Ms. Elfreth, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. McBride, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. DeLuzio, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Olszewski, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Vermont, Ms. Ballant, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Soto, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to amend the rule to make it in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentleman from Oregon, Ms. Hoyle, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cisneros, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
I almost forgot.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized.
Now, the light green
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Yes.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Two thumbs.
Speaker,
gentleman from Massachusetts.
I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruiz, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Clay-colored
I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castro, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
We need
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects.
Whoa. Okay, I don't know what's going on. It's not me, just so you know.
Request.
I don't know why it keeps doing
Mr. Speaker,
that.
I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Matsui, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Gentlelady from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramanian, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
I offer you
gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from New Jersey, Ms. Sherrill, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
All right, I'm going to turn her
down
just
from North Carolina has not yielded
for that purpose, this so that I can read to you what Val just dropped. Sheldon Whitehouse tweets, here's a list of House Republicans who signed a letter opposing Medicaid cuts and will soon be voting on worse Medicaid
Mr. Speaker,
cuts.
I ask unanimous consent
they signed
to
a letter
amend the rule
opposing
to make
Medicaid
and order
cuts.
the amendment at the desk that protects.
Sorry, I'm going to just quiet you down for a minute. David Valadow, California. Jeff Van Drew, idiot, New Jersey. Rob Bresnahan, Pennsylvania. Juan Ciscomani, Arizona. Jen Kiggins, Virginia. Young Kim in California. Robert Whitman in Virginia. Maliatakis in New York. Nick Lalota in New York. John Bacon in Nebraska, Andrew Garbarino in New York, and Jeff Hurd in Colorado. So those Republicans had signed a letter opposing Medicaid cuts and will now be voting on worse ones.
I yield to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Speaker. I request that we allow a vote to let the 10, 20, 30 formula be applied to the low-income areas of this affected by this bill.
Was that UC?
Oh.
Seeking unanimous consent?
Yes, sir.
Does the gentlelady from North Carolina yield for that purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I do not yield.
To the gentleman from South Carolina, the gentlelady from North Carolina will not yield for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Once again, the gentlelady has been clear. She is not entertaining the unanimous consent request. She will not yield to that point, and therefore it cannot be entertained at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
I thank.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
Gentlelady from North Carolina is not yielding for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Escobar, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is not yielding for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Jayapal, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, for the purpose of a unanimous consent
Is he
request.
Not well, Mr. Cohen?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rules to make in order the spirit of Jesus as it's spoken in Matthew. He was sick and I healed him. He was hungry and I fed him. Medicare and health care and SNAP payments, nutrition payments should not be taken away from fellow passengers on this earth.
The gentlelady from North Carolina is not yielding for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from
Further, if the gentleman would suspend.
Yep.
Further, the chair would advise members that although a unanimous consent request to consider a measure is covered by the Speaker's guidelines for recognition, embellishments constitute debate, and as such can become an imposition on the time of the member who is yielded for that purpose.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Ross, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Whitesides, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP. Thank you.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Goodlander, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and to SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose.
This is also
and therefore the
driving
unanimous
home,
consent request cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson.
This is also something that gives constituents a clear message about what is wrong with this bill.
To make in order the
cuts to
amendment
Medicaid and SNAP. And that, I think, is really important for people that aren't paying as much attention to really grasp why this is so bad. So
cannot be entertained.
I understand that strategy-wise.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman
I'm just
from
afraid
Illinois,
not
Mr.
everybody's
Schneider,
watching.
for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make in order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous consent request
to make in order,
cannot be
I don't really get it.
Gentleman
Actually,
from Massachusetts.
I'm assuming they're all being right about
Mr.
what they say.
Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for the purpose of a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule
to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid
I think it's make
and
an
SNAP.
order.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not
An
yielded
order.
for that purpose, and
An
therefore
order.
the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
Right.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cassara,
I
for the
love this guy,
purpose of
too.
a unanimous consent request.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore the unanimous
Because
consent
she's a
request cannot be
pussy.
entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Because that
Mr.
lady
Speaker, I
is a
yield to the gentleman from
pussy.
Arizona, Mr. Stanton, for the purposes of a unanimous
She's a
consent
big
request.
pussy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I ask
And
unanimous
she's a
consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against
She's a
any cuts to Medicaid or SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not
she's
yielded
a
for that purpose,
pussy.
and therefore the unanimous consent request cannot be entertained.
She's practically a
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
skeleton.
Mr. Speaker,
I think there's a rule that makes an
yield
amendment
to
that that's
the
currently
distinguished
out of
gentlewoman from
order.
California, Ms. Pelosi,
okay, thank you.
for
I'm
the
so sorry.
for the
Nope,
purpose
you're
of a
probably
unanimous
right.
consent
Now
request.
You're probably right.
Gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to amend the rule to make and order the amendment at the desk that protects against any cuts to Medicaid and SNAP.
The gentlelady from North Carolina has not yielded for that purpose, and therefore
There's nothing
the unanimous
gentle about
consent
that
request
lady, sir.
cannot be entertained. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Please. Everybody's had her behind the
Mr.
Walmart
Speaker,
downtown.
Over
Everybody.
100 Democratic members just asked to allow an amendment to protect Medicaid and SNAP, just to give us a vote. That's all we ask. And I will say we are here standing up for the American people no matter where they live. And this is what it looks like to fight for the American people, to make sure that this administration and this Republican Congress doesn't rip away their health care and their food benefits. That is disgusting. In the gentlewoman from North Carolina's district alone, 142,000 of her constituents would lose some or all of their SNAP benefits. And 5 rural hospitals are at risk of closure. We're here to help people, not to screw them over. I reserve my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentlelady from North Carolina. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Wow, that gambit was riveting. I reserve.
Wow.
Gentlelady reserves her
that
time.
was a really bad comeback. You fucking cow. You fucking cow. All right, so I suppose they're...
Will advise both sides of the time remaining.
Yes, what you
The gentleman from Massachusetts has 7 minutes remaining. Gentlelady from North Carolina has 7 3/4 minutes remaining in the debate.
The gentlelady has how many minutes?
7 3/4 for the majority, 7 for the minority.
We'll reserve.
Gentleman reserves.
Yeah, come on.
Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Throw them up there, bitch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I give 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Fine.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
What is that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Howard,
as
Mr.
I sat
Fine,
here and
Dr.
listened
Howard,
to
Dr.
that
Fine, Dr.
panoply
Howard,
of
Dr.
speeches
Fine.
or motions over the last few
Mr.
seconds, I
Fine,
was
Mr.
reminded
Howard,
of the fact
Mr. Fine,
that
Mr.
when we
Howard.
say there should be no cuts to Medicaid, we are saying there should be no cuts to illegal immigrants
What?
that are getting
No,
Medicaid.
that's a
now,
lie.
we live in a world where we spend
these
more
are
money than we
lies. Wow,
bring
how
in.
can you claim
And
to
it
be
is
some
not
kind
fair
of
to actual
religious moral
Americans
authority
to be forced to take
with
on
lying
additional
like that?
debt to give benefits
where's
to
the
people
lies?
who are not in this country legally. And I would note
That's not
that neither
what
that the Democrats have not
happens.
proposed a solution that would allow us to continue to give benefits
the
to people who
lies?
shouldn't be here anyway and pay for them
Oh my
without
God,
our
stop.
children going into future
need
debt.
you to
we
get
must
punched
keep
in the
that in mind.
face.
We are here to fight for Americans.
You're not.
And that is what
All
this
of us
bill
are
does.
Americans.
Thank you,
Whether
Mr.
if you're here, you're an American.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Idiot.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the gentleman's ever read the Medicaid statute, but undocumented immigrants are not entitled to
exactly.
receive Medicaid benefits, and they don't.
Idiot.
And our solution to make sure that our children are not saddled with debt is to not give billionaires and millionaires and corporations big tax cuts.
And
Jeff Bezos
assault
doesn't need a tax
rifles
cut.
and
Why don't you come
silencers.
down here and explain to people why it's so important that you protect his tax cuts? We tried to go after the billionaire tax cuts in the Rules Committee last night, and every single Republican voted no. So that's how we're going to do it. We're going to invest in people who need help. We're going to make sure people have health care. We're going to make sure people have food assistance. We're not going to screw them over.
Yeah, it's true.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. DeSagne.
Is recognized
Really?
for 1 minute.
What is going on? Let me go check.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman from Massachusetts for yielding. This bill would cause household resources for the poorest Americans to decrease while
God,
the
YouTube
obscenely
is a
rich
bitch.
will get richer. I offered 2 amendments that rules, one to prevent
I'm
people
not
with
doing
disabilities
anything
from
and it's
being
doing
kicked
that.
off Medicaid, and one
YouTube.
to help low-income students afford an education that they earned. Unfortunately, Republicans refuse to consider them as they yet again work through the dead of night to rip off hardworking Americans and give tax breaks to the richest Americans who don't need them. And even Fox News reports that it is projected to increase the federal deficit by $4 trillion over the next decade. This bill is nothing more than a vanity project for the president, and it betrays the American people. I strongly oppose this reckless legislation and urge my colleagues to do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr.
Hey, no
Babbitt.
commentary, bitch.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
There's nothing
Thank you, Mr.
distinguished
Speaker.
about
I rise
him.
today in very strong support of H.R. 1,
Yeah.
President Trump's
Look at
one
my
big,
Christmas
beautiful
in
bill.
July tie.
Here we are, despite months of my
This is my
Democrat
Christmas in
colleagues'
July
best
tie.
efforts to delay, to fearmonger, and mislead the public
No,
about this
actually,
bill.
it's
and
your
we're ready
guys.
to deliver
That's
for the American
projection, but
people.
okay.
But here's the thing about fearmongering. You
but I
can
found
only
it.
say the sky is
I
falling
found
so
it.
many times
I found
before
it, yeah.
folks start waking up and looking and seeing for themselves exactly what's going on. The one big, beautiful bill secures our border. It prevents the single largest tax increase in American history. It refocuses safety net programs for those who truly need them, not the ones shamming. And then it reinvigorates our armed forces, where we saw a diminution for 4 long years under the Biden administration. Mr. Speaker, it is high time that we deliver this to the President's desk for his signature. This is promises made and promises kept. And I'm very proud to support this bill and yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
The big ugly bill is going to throw 16 million people off of health care and give people like Jeff Bezos, millionaires and billionaires, a tax cut. If that's what you're about, I hate to tell you, that's not what the American people voted for. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Riley.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where I come from, we make things.
Ooh.
Generations woke up before the crack of dawn, went off to the factory, punched a
Ouch.
clock, worked their hands to
sorry,
the
these aren't
bone,
lies. I'm so sorry.
came home and counted nickels to make sure
Sorry,
they could
sorry.
keep a roof over the kids' heads, keep food on the kids' tables. We've kept our heads down, we've kept our sleeves rolled up, we've kept our shoulder to the wheel, and all
Total.
we've asked
Fuck the
for
GOP.
is a fair shot and for this place to stop screwing us over. But you can't help yourselves. You got
I
us
don't
into
think they
terrible
care,
trade deals
Karen.
that made Wall
I
Street
don't
rich
think
and
they
shipped
care.
all of our jobs overseas. You
Yes,
bail out
Badger.
the banks
Yes,
while neglecting
Badger.
rural America. You rigged the economy.
This is so
the
weird.
corporate PACs that are funding your campaigns make huge profits, jacking up costs on folks who can't afford it. And now this bill will kill good blue-collar manufacturing jobs that we need to rebuild the economy in this country. It closes rural hospitals, it defunds health care, all to give trillions of dollars in tax cuts to your cronies. Don't tell me you give a shit about the middle class when all you're doing is shitting on the middle class.
Fuck yes. Fuck
Chair would
yeah.
remind,
Good job.
Both sides of 2 things.
Oh, really?
Please direct your remarks to the
Look
chair.
at it. He's like
that is
blushing.
a house rule, and to avoid vulgar speak.
Vulgar speak.
We do have families in the gentleman will not be recognized. Gentlelady from North Carolina. Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Oh, you go. I love
Thank
it.
you, Mr. Speaker, for
for
reminding
censuring.
us
Us
the
of our
language we
decorum.
should be
Yeah, the
using in this,
language. Oh my God, my
chamber, and I
Rs.
reserve.
My Rs. My
Gentlelady
Rs. But I
reserves.
had to stand up and just smack a
Gentleman
boy
from
in the butt.
Massachusetts,
Fuck these guys.
with 4 1/2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that when the president comes here next, you'll admonish him for the
Yeah,
language he uses.
exactly.
But I'd now like to
Fuck
yield
off.
1 minute to the gentlewoman from Delaware, Ms. McBride.
She's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this big, ugly bill.
The bub.
And let's
Thank
be clear,
you.
this bill is Trump care. And Trump care means 17 million more Americans uninsured and all the rest of us paying higher costs and driving further to get care. Over the last several months, I've met with hundreds of Delawareans, parents, patients, providers,
100%
hospital
meowing
leaders,
star.
teachers, nurses, people across the state of Delaware.
They've already
Everyone
done so much
asking
damage
us,
to the trans community,
pleading with us to kill
to women's
this bill.
health care.
Are my Republican colleagues
fucking
meeting with their
gross.
constituents? Are they ignoring them?
Birthing
Do
people's
they
health care, I
even
should say.
care? Every yes vote shows very clearly that they don't. This bill is trickle-down cruelty, and people will die because of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the president has said numerous times, there'll be no cuts to Medicaid.
Oh
The
my
One
God.
Big Beautiful Bill protects
Oh my
and strengthens Medicaid for those who rely on it. Pregnant women, children, seniors, people with disabilities, and low-income families, while eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse.
That's not
the
true.
One Big Beautiful
He's
Bill
lying, by the
removes
way.
illegal aliens.
They are
enforces
not
work
part of
requirements,
it.
and protects Medicaid for the truly
Holy
vulnerable.
shit balls.
And for
Wow,
our
it's really
colleagues on the other
blocking you
side who
guys.
say
I'm so
illegal aliens
sorry.
are not receiving this. We understand that
Oh my God.
1.4 million
Okay, I've got to
people
fix something.
do not meet citizenship and immigration status requirements for Medicaid
You're full
enrollment,
of shit.
but would be covered under current law and programs funded by the states. And we know that because we have a CBO score. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reserve.
Gentlelady's time is reserved. Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, hi, Ro.
Mr. Speaker, I never want to hear the Republicans lecture about fiscal responsibility again. The last president to actually balance this budget was Bill Clinton.
Ro
and
pisses
today,
me off sometimes,
Bob Rubin and Larry
not gonna
Summers
lie.
wrote an op-ed in the New York Times that every American should read. Their budget will take the deficit up to 8% of GDP. It is historically unprecedented in the history of our country during peacetime. We've never had a more reckless
She doesn't know how to spell the CBO report.
bill than what they're posing. The Democrats have a proposal to bring the deficits back down under 4%. Bob Rubin and Larry Summers were the last ones who've done it. Hakeem Jeffries is leading with a sensible proposal to lower deficits. If you care about debt in this country, if you care about our grandkids being burdened with debt, if you care about a bond market devastation, then you need to recognize that this bill hurts America and you need to support the Democratic plan for deficit reduction. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gentlelady from North Carolina with 4 3/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for a half minute.
With the One Big Beautiful Bill, President Trump is once again keeping his promises to the American people. He promised he would stop the largest tax increase in American history. He promised he would make the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act permanent.
He introduced new taxes,
he would
sir.
deliver the largest tax cut
Tariffs are
for
taxes.
hardworking taxpayers
Sorry.
in American history.
Oh, wait, let
and
me
he
see.
promised to eliminate tax on tips, overtime, and Social
Badger, I
Security
think we
benefits.
got you.
President Trump is keeping his word. He is delivering much-needed relief for the American people, and this will produce an investment surge, driving real median incomes up by $10,000.
It won't drive an
relative to the
investment
scenario
surge
in
because
which the Tax
today
Cuts and
the
Jobs
jobs
Act is
report
allowed to
came out.
expire. And to my friend
And
from
we
California,
lost
if he
33,000
cares
jobs
about fiscal
instead of gaining
responsibility,
95,000 like they said we would.
$4.5 trillion tax increase stops a recession.
GDP went down.
You cannot balance the budget
Gentleman's
without
time
growth.
has expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman from Massachusetts.
Data.
Mr. Speaker, we have like a million
Data
more
is not the
speakers over here,
friend
but
of
we're out time,
Republicans.
so I'm prepared to
Or
close.
data are not the friends
So
of
I
Republicans.
don't know how many more speakers the gentlelady has.
Mr. Speaker, we're prepared to close. Also.
Oh, okay.
Looks like both sides are prepared to close. Gentlemen from Massachusetts, you have 2.5 minutes remaining.
I don't want to close, but I'm prepared to close. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a moral failure. It rips health care away from millions. It pushes more families into hunger. It leaves seniors stranded. Also, billionaires can keep more of what they'll never spend. Republicans say, lose your job? Too bad. Hospitals shut down? Good luck. Can't afford groceries or insulin? Figure it out. But if you're a big oil, a CEO, or a trust fund baby, don't worry, we've got you covered. This bill is about who matters and who doesn't. And guess what? Working people didn't make the cut. But I want my Republican colleagues to know they don't have to do this. They don't have to sell out their own communities. They don't have to vote for a bill that goes against fundamental things they claim to believe in. Crazy as it sounds, they don't have to hurt people to keep Trump happy. Find a spine. Find a conscience, for God's sake, because the American people are watching. They know the difference between real leadership and bootlicking. A vote for this bill is a vote for cruelty. It's a vote for fiscal irresponsibility and a vote to screw over your constituents to give more to the ultra-wealthy. This bill is a middle finger to working people. Now, we can still stop this. We can still do the right thing. Vote no. Go back to the table. Work with us on tax relief for people who are not making millions and billions of dollars. Don't let this be your legacy. That so many of you are blindly going along with this just to please the guy in the White House is shameful. You have a responsibility to care for the people in your districts. And you're voting for a bill that's going to throw millions off of health care and rip food off kitchen tables all across the country. It's shameful. It is shameful. I'm disgusted that we are here debating this trash. And with that, I urge a no vote on the rule and a no vote on the bill. Are you back?
They don't show up for me, so I'm trying to figure it out.
Once again, we remind both sides.
I'll go into the settings after.
To the chair. Gentlelady from North Carolina with 4 3/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr.
Puritans.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people who have supported party policies for years cannot come to this floor and question the morality of Republicans.
What?
President Trump has
what are you
his
talking
pen
about?
in hand and is waiting for the House to complete its work. We've championed this legislation for months, have guided it through the appropriate processes, and we're on the 1-yard line. America deserves to move even further into the golden age. H.R. 1 unlocks the opportunity
the golden
to do
toilet
that.
age?
It's time to get this done. Let's be crystal clear about the content of this historic bill. We're restoring our borders,
it's historic, all
once
right.
left defenseless and without redress.
Well, what?
We're protecting our great nation by investing in our military and military families.
What?
We're preserving tax cuts that made the United States economy the envy of the world just 8 years ago. And we're reviving our nation's fiscal outlook by finally cutting wasteful spending and unleashing our economy from harmful restraint. Restore, protect, preserve,
Oh my
revive.
God. You're so stupid.
And the failure to act would
Bitch,
yield
you're so
only
stupid. You don't
the
even know what
opposite.
you're saying.
Our Democrat colleagues would tear down the border walls and return us to open
Girl,
border
we're so far
policy.
beyond the border walls
They
at
would
this
have
point.
us
You
oversee
stupid cunt.
a continued decline in our
Oh,
military
Virginia was involved.
readiness,
Oh.
despite
I know.
unprecedented
Who's going to
fears
who's
of
voting
global
against this
conflict.
woman?
They would destroy our economy.
God, she's just
in their
insufferable.
unending appetite for continued tax increases to feed their spending binges.
They're spending
choice
binges.
is
Hello,
clear.
girl. Have you looked at the historical
must
spend
deliver.
of Republican
We must
versus
deliver
Democrats?
a renewed, restored, revive.
Yeah, meowing star. Biden deported more
and
people in
grant
his term
voters
than Trump did in
the
his first
America
term.
they
Drop the open
stood
borders
for
nonsense. I know,
just
really.
8
You already
months
lied
ago.
about that enough and
In a
rigged
moment,
the
I will
election.
offer an
So
amendment to the
let's
rule,
move on.
which would correct a technical error in the rule.
Wait, what?
I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the previous question, yes on the amendment, and yes on the rule. Mr. Speaker, I offer an amendment to the resolution.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to House Resolution 566, offered by Ms. Fox of North Carolina. At the end of the resolution, add the following. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the motion to its adoption without intervening motion.
Oh. North Carolina is recognized.
Does that mean what I think it means?
Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and move the previous question on the amendment and on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the amendment on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Yeah, of course.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman
Yeas
from
and
Massachusetts.
I asked for the yeas and nays and a hearing aid for you.
The yeas.
Whoa! Ouch.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number
Wow.
having risen,
How
the yeas and
fucking
nays are
craven.
ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 15-minute vote on ordering the previous question will be followed by 5-minute votes on adoption of the amendment offered by the gentlelady from North Carolina,
butterflies.
Ms. Fox, if ordered,
I actually use the
and
H
adoption
word.
of the resolution, if ordered.
I hate it.
This is a 15-minute vote.
15? I thought it just said 5. Okay, whatever. Anyways, okay, that's good because then we have time to read some things that are very importante. Let me see. There was this one. Let me just quickly look at what I've got here. That is the egg price. That's the egg price. That's the egg price. Okay, man, I don't think I'm going to get to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation today, but I am going to talk about them tomorrow, okay? They're having a vote, which is about a rule. I don't know, okay? I'm not really sure what's happening either. Yeah, I just want them to yell back. I want the parliament, where they yell at each other. Okay, I want to read this story to you because it came up. I don't know. No, I think I just found this story, actually. I don't think anyone had shown it to me. But hold on just a minute, darlings. Okay, great. All right, so this story is about... Sorry, I just don't have enough real estate on a screen. You know what I'm saying? Like everything. I want it to all be... Okay, well, we'll go ahead and do that. How about that? Yeah. Okay. All right. So this is a story from CNN, but their subscriber section. So I had to go into an archive of it. But Trump picked to run federal watchdog, a 30-year-old who once shared a 9/11 conspiracy video and has ties to a Holocaust denier. And I wanted to say to myself, oh, which Holocaust denier? And I don't know if it's the one I think it is, but we'll find out. All right. The man President Dump wants to put in charge of protecting whistleblowers and rooting out government corruption is a 30-year-old lawyer with barely a year of government experience and a history of racist invective, conspiratorial rants, and an affinity for a well-known white nationalist and Holocaust denier. Paul Ingrassia, whom Trump nominated in late May to lead the Office of Special Counsel. To lead the Office of Special Counsel brands himself as President Dump's favorite writer after Dump shared his comments close to 100 times last year on social media. Oh, that doesn't make you a writer, honey. Okay, it doesn't make you a writer. My question is, were they threatened or bought? What do you mean, Jeff? Like which ones? You mean I think they want to be part of the cool kids, and they perceive the cool kids to be the billionaires, the oligarchs that are running the show. That's what I think. Didn't Judas have that same deal? I don't know. I don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, it's not a writer if you're just writing on social media, honey. I'm sorry about that. Admitted to the bar only last summer, Ingrassia, 30, held a brief White House internship during Trump's first term This year, Ingracia first worked as a White House liaison to the Justice Department before reportedly being pushed out and reassigned to the Department of Homeland Security, where he helps with staffing the agency. What does that mean? Now Ingracia, they sold us all out for money. Well, I mean, the Republicans did. The Republicans definitely sold you out for more money. Yep, 100%. That's right. Yeah, they want to serfdom. They think they're going to be on the other side. Okay, good. Just want to make sure we were all on the same page. Okay. Now, Ingracia is up for a much bigger job, leading the approximately 110-person Office of Special Counsel. Created after the Watergate scandal, the office has for nearly 50 years been the U.S. government's one-stop shop for whistleblowers and alleged ethics violations. The 5-year term for the job is structured to span multiple administrations. Designed specifically to operate independently from the White House. It also requires Senate confirmation. Ingracia has yet to be scheduled for a confirmation hearing, leaving U.S. Trade Representative Jamieson Greer to continue serving in the role in an acting capacity while doing all the trade deals? Oh, what busy days for Jamieson. Ingracia would mark a sharp departure from previous heads of the OSC, a role designed to be politically independent and protect whistleblowers from retaliation. Well, that's not him. Rather than a long record of managerial or prosecutorial experience, typical of those who previously held the job, Ingracia brings a fervent loyalty to Trump and a lengthy record of inflammatory statements. Is that what we're calling them now? Only a small portion of which have been previously reported. CNN's K-File reviewed hundreds of Ingracia's comments between 2019 and 2024, including his social media, his appearances on far-right podcasts, and archived conversations from X Spaces. A live-streamed audio chat room that allows users to host or join real-time discussions. Last year, on the anniversary of September 11, 2001, terrorist attacks, Ingracia shared a video of conspiracy theorist Alex Jones claiming the U.S. government planned the attacks or let them happen, with Jones boasting in his tweet, "I've been exposing 9/11 since before it even happened." Ingracia had defended Jones several months earlier, writing, quote, "We all stand with Alex Jones," in all caps because he was screaming. In June 2024, he was commenting on a video of Jones crying on his broadcast over fears that his InfoWars media platform could be shut down due to $1.5 billion in judgments against Jones for spreading false claims that the 2012 Sandy Hook Elementary School massacre was a hoax. And he is doing just fine. Thank you for asking. Alex Jones is doing just fine. He's landed on his feet, and he's got all kinds of new right-wing friends that love him. So don't worry about Alex. He got that soft landing. Ingracia and his podcast X account have also shared comments from notorious white nationalist and Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes. Ingracia has argued publicly that straight white men are the most intelligent demographic group and should be prioritized in education. Well, how'd it miss you? Just kidding. He once co-hosted a podcast that called for martial law and secession after Trump's 2020 defeat if all legal efforts failed. Where have we heard that before? On the night of January 6th, the podcast account also posted a quote from President John F. Kennedy reading, "Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable." Oh, well, what could go wrong? What a champ. Ingracia, a longtime defender of January 6 participants, was later present for the release of convicted January 6 rioters after Trump commuted their sentences. In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security dismissed CNN's reporting as an attempted smear campaign, but did not it attempted it pretty well. But did not respond to a detailed list of questions or refute any of the documented comments or associations. A DHS spokesperson said Ingracia has served President Dump and Secretary Noem exceptionally well at the Department of Homeland Security and will continue to do so as the next head of the U.S. Office of Special Counsel. I'm just going to say that again. Oh, my God. The White House also provided a statement of support for Ingracia, and the DHS sent a statement. Sent a statement from an unnamed senior administration official saying, quote, "He has the support of many Jewish groups and has been a steadfast advocate for Jewish causes and personnel thus far during his time working for the Trump administration." End quote. When CNN requested a list of names of the, quote, many Jewish groups referenced, the spokesperson replied with two names, the Holocaust Council, which does not appear to have a website, and Mort Klein of the Zionist Organization of America. This is him, by the way. This is him. He's like that guy in Veep. Remember the guy in Veep? Gary? He reminds me of Gary, unfortunately, but evil. If Gary were a Nazi, that's who that would be. Okay. As early as 2019, when he was 24, Ingracia positioned himself as a tenacious pro-Trump commentator online, slowly building a following by lobbing insults at Trump's Republican rivals and parodying many of the president's grievances. After graduating from Cornell Law School in 2022, Ingracia mostly worked with conservative organizations and as a law clerk at the McBride law firm, best known for representing January 6 defendants. Ingracia contributed as a writer for the conspiracy blog Gateway Pundit, twice served as a fellow at the conservative Claremont Institute of Mass Destruction, and served on the board of advisors for the New York Young Republican Club, also known as the Nazi Youth. And that's interesting. Wow, he just couldn't be with more people who are just disgusting and gross. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't have any Republicans voting nay yet, by the way. Let me just move that down a little bit. Maybe see if I can. Oh, I just don't know where to begin. Oh. Oh, there you are. Let's come down a little bit so they can see the yays and nays. Yays and nays. There you go. That's much better. Oh, sorry. God, I really suck at this production thing. Okay. He was also communications director for the Conservative National Constitutional Law Union, which bills itself as a counter to the ACLU because civil liberties, whatever, so based. Oh, wait, maybe not based. Whatever the bad part is of based. Ingracia is perhaps best known for his Substack, which was repeatedly shared by Trump on his Truth Social platform. A review of Trump's Truth Social account found that he mentioned Ingracia close to 100 times in 2024. That's like one every 3 days. Ingracia wrote glowingly about the Department of Government Efficiency, about Doggy, earlier this year, but stopped writing on his Substack shortly after CNN's K-File revealed he shared a post arguing for martial law to keep Trump back in office and back in 2020. Oops. On X, formerly known as Twitter, but still known as Twitter.com for some reason, Ingracia built his brand as a partisan bomb thrower, attacking Trump's political rivals, often in crude, inflammatory, and racially charged terms in the last 2 years. Oh, the scandal. Ingracia. Oh, hi, Good Trouble. How are you? I love you too. Ingracia referred to former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley as a, quote, insufferable bitch. Well, okay, so even a broken clock is right 2 times a day. Mocking her full name in racially charged taunts, which is not okay. He wrote a well-publicized blog post falsely alleging that Haley could not serve as president or vice president because her parents were not U.S. citizens at the time of her birth. What? Florida Governor Ron DeSantis was also a frequent target. Ingracia branded him with nicknames like DeSatan, DeMeatball, and DeHomo. Oh, nice. How do these people actually survive? He also went after DeSantis' wife, Casey, and his spokeswoman, Christina Pasha, who basically is a Russian asset, by the way, calling them both harlots. They're probably not harlots, though, I don't think. He reposted a tweet that said that Kamala Harris should seek a kitchen job, not POTUS. Oh, that's charming. He mocked Harris's campaign appearances, writing, sounds like she decided to be black again. Wow. What a guy. And now he's the head of the Office of Special Counsel. No, I wish I was kidding. I'm not. You'd be focused on, on X, Ingracia was a frequent contributor to Spaces, a live audio chat room. In one conversation in March 2023 on education, Ingracia said education reform should prioritize straight white men. You'd be focused on maximizing, getting your top students and focusing on elevating the high IQ section of your demographics. Oh my God. So, basically young men, straight white men in particular, would have to be the focus. And here's why. Because they're the dumbest. So they would need the most education. This figure is not right. It says it gives $170.7 billion in immigration-related funding through September 30th, of which $75 billion goes directly to ICE, including $45 billion for detention. When you annualize it, it puts ICE's budget at 50% of the Marine Corps through FY 2029. Oh, okay. Thank you, Gal. More ties to white nationalist anti-Semite Nick Fuentes. Oh, that's the Holocaust denier. Okay. There's a few of them. CNN has also found that Ingrassia has deeper ties than previously known to white nationalist figure and Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes. He blasted the decision to ban Fuentes from the platform X and argued to reinstate him in a Substack post called Free Nick Fuentes. Just a week earlier, Ingrassia was a participant in a 24-hour X space hosted by the anti-Semitic anonymous account Chief Trumpster that advertised an interview with Fuentes. Speaking before Fuentes went on an anti-Israel rant, Ingrassia attacked the conservative organization Turning Point USA, which itself is a frequent target of criticism from Fuentes and his organization, the America First Political Action Conference, for being what they called too pro-Israel and insufficiently pro-white. And this is the Office of Special Counsel. I can't. In June 2024, Ingrassia was photographed in attendance at a rally in support of Fuentes in Detroit by The Intercept's Amanda Moore, who tracks the far-right... Oh, yeah, whatever. I can't. I have no respect for that person. She's also someone who gets people banned off of Twitter because she has a little cult following. So, and she... Yeah, fuck her. Fuck her, not promoting. Fuentes was in Detroit for the annual America First Political Action Conference, which holds its conference at the same time as Turning Points USA Conference, which Ingrassia's Twitter feed shows he attended. Ingrassia disputed to The Intercept and NPR in May that his attendance at the rally was intentional. I had no knowledge of who organized the event, observed for 5 to 10 minutes, and then left. Footage reviewed and obtained by CNN shows he was there. Oh, it's that guy that's connected to her. Okay. Now I know. Footage reviewed and obtained by CNN shows he was there listening to speakers ahead of Fuentes' arrival and shows him moving to the front to see Fuentes as he enters, appearing to smile. Ingrassia later can be seen leaving the rally with a woman after several minutes. And less than one day earlier, Ingrassia was defending Fuentes on his public X account after the white nationalist was denied entry to TPUSA's conference, calling Fuentes being kicked out of the event not good and an awful decision in tweets. There is also evidence that Ingrassia agreed with some of the critiques of Turning Point USA and possibly the group's support of Israel. In April 2023 Twitter space that advertised the interview with Fuentes, Ingrassia criticized TPUSA for not being based enough, a slang term often used to signal agreement or approval for right-wing ideas, and claimed the organization was ineffective at winning elections. There is also a history of anti-Israel sentiment in posts from Ingrassia's podcast Right on Point that mirrored an anti-Israel rhetoric on the far right. On December 22, 2020, the podcast now deleted Twitter account posted, "Stop shilling for Israel" at GOP, and criticized U.S. foreign aid with a tweet falsely stating, quote, "The $500 trillion to Israel adds salt to the wound," end quote, according to a review of deleted tweets by CNN. The account also commented on 3 tweets from Fuentes regarding alleged fraud in the 2020 election and tweeted at him twice. One of the tweets from the podcast, quote, tweeted Fuentes writing of the need to destroy the GOP to make a true America First party in December. The account added in a comment section that it was time for Trump to declare martial law and secure his re-election. Well, interesting. Oh, what tangled webs we weave when first we set out to deceive. That's all I have to say. My. Okay, let me see. This one I really wanted to read this one. I think I'll read this. I don't too long. I want to read this. Okay, so this came to me last night. Semaphore. Republicans test a new red line, denaturalization, which I believe these are empty threats. I mean, I hope they're empty threats, but I believe they're empty threats. for to distract from the ongoing terror that they're inflicting on all of us. They're going, well, no, not yet. Although he said it yesterday, didn't he? He's like, Elon better be careful. He'll lose that and more. So this is Semaphore reporting. The Trump administration opened the door Monday to formally examining Zohran Mamdani's U.S. citizenship, part of a growing effort to target the immigration status on a wide range of individuals. Democrats rallied behind the Democratic nominee for New York City mayor over the weekend, and Tennessee Rep. Randy Ogles urged the Trump administration to consider revoking Mamdani's citizenship. Fucking ridiculous. The intra-party support from Mamdani, who has been a naturalized citizen since 2018, grew after White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt was asked about the idea and didn't say no. I have not seen those claims, but surely if they are true, I'm saying KKK Caroline, by the way. I have not seen those claims, but surely if they are true, it's something that should be investigated. Leavitt told reporters on Monday, referring to Ogle's claim that Uganda-born Mamdani might have concealed his support for terrorism in his application for citizenship. I'm not laughing at that concept, but I'm laughing at the fact that 2018, so that's 8 years ago, he was in his early 20s. I don't think so, but okay. All right. Okay. Thread, please share. Okay. A spokesperson for the Department of Justice confirmed that it had received Ogle's letter but did not comment further. Trump will stop at nothing to protect billionaires and price gouging corporations, even racist bullshit like this, wrote Connecticut Senator Chris Murphy on Blue Sky. New York Rep. Richie Torres, a Mamdani critic, called the Ogles effort un-American. I didn't know Richie Torres was a critic. The Ogles letter didn't come from nowhere. By the time he sent it, the administration was already expanding efforts to denaturalize immigrants. That effort, in a June 11th memo first reported by the Associated Press, focuses on immigrants accused of crimes, though those can range from terrorism to concealment of material information when seeking citizenship. In addition, on Monday, the administration announced that it had revoked a visa for the members of Bob Vylan, a British hip-hop duo, after they led a chant of death to the IDF at a UK music festival. Probably the first time any of them had paid attention to a UK music festival. We're trying to eradicate and stop anti-Semitism, DOJ Civil Rights Division Attorney Leo Terrell. Leo Terrell? Wait, are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me right now? Crazy Leo Terrell is a fucking DOJ Civil Rights Division attorney? I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't even know what to say anymore. I don't know. What? Wait, what? Wait, what? All right, here we go. This is good. Let's see. Yeah, we have no Republicans voting no yet, just so you know. Okay, now let's read this Resistance Sentinel thread. Thank you for sharing, Gal. Let me try and get screen. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where should I put this? Maybe I should put this down here. Maybe I should put that up over here, and that can be like beside me. Right? Make it a little smaller. Great. Oh, you know what I can do? I know what I can do. Hold on. I know this is going to be a little crazy. Sorry. Ugh. I wish I was an engineer. I hope you guys can still see something that's happening there. Okay, maybe not. Okay. This is a theme. This is the Resistance Sentinel, a great account on Blue Sky. Highly recommend. They have a daily piece that they come out with, and a lot of good news on actions and resistance and issues that are arising. So it's a great digest way of taking in some of the information. Highly recommend to follow. We just lost 2 Hispanic cabinet techs, and no one will tell me if it's ICE related. What? Oh, Karen. Oh, man. This is a theme repeated often in Victor Klemper's diaries. At the time, he was attempting to write an intellectual history of 18th century France. As Nazi consolidation accelerated, however, he increasingly expressed his feelings of despair and inability to focus on his work. Let's see. Struggling with the work, they're building concentration camps. Yep. Yeah. Right. Exactly. His self-assessment expresses bitterness. Excuse me. His self-assessment expresses bitterness, hopelessness, and a resigned sense of his worthlessness, a theme that recurs as he watches his professional purpose slip away and witnesses the passivity, adaptation, and even collaboration with the regime of those around him. This is the Victor Klemper free download. Oh, this is great. This is an archive of I Will Bear Witness. Oh, I definitely want... I'm just going to bookmark that. Hold on. Let me just bookmark that. I'm definitely going to read that. Oops, now I lost my place. Damn me to hell. Damn me to hell. Where are you? Where are you? Oh, poopy scoops. I'm the dumbest in the world. I lose my place every time. Oh, you know what? I think it... Oh, there we are. Okay. Sorry. Ooh, this is really good. Right. But it is no sooner than he has resigned himself to his fate that one begins to notice that he is reporting progress once again on his 18th century, as he calls his book, even if only a few sentences at a time. It's at this time, too, that another project begins to emerge in his diaries. He begins to focus on the language and rhetoric of the regime. By the fall of 1934, one finds regular entries in his diary under the heading, quote, Language of the Third Reich, writing which formed the foundation of an eventual book of the same name. Oh, and there's an archive of that. Okay, I'll come back to this. We say this all to say, go easy on yourself. Some days you're just not going to be up to it, whatever it is for you. That's okay. Do what you can when you can. Take care of yourself and be open to new work and projects that might take you in unexpected directions. This is what Klemper did, and we are the better for it. He also just lived and chronicled his own experience of the Nazi regime, which may have been his most important contribution of all. That's a beautiful thread. Thank you so much, Gal. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. All right, let's get back. Let's pull these guys to the front. Oops, now it's too big. It's too big. There we go. There we go. Oh, all right. Let's rest. Let's rest a minute. I have other readings, but I really want to give them my full energy. So I'm probably going to push them to tomorrow. But tomorrow I really want to read about what's happening with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is anything but. Okay? It's not for the people of Gaza, it's not humanitarian, and it's certainly not a foundation. So we'll be talking about them tomorrow. Because it's the continuation of the genocide. Of course, this is a very hard moment in our history, and we all need to be reminded of how exhausting it can be. And it is okay to take self-care breaks. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I find that it's actually very energizing to be with people that are not as closely monitoring all of the stuff that people in this community tend to do. So I really do recommend trying to find some relief. It's always good for anybody, right? Like there should always be a balance of energy, and then you can be stronger for the next day when someone needs that break, right? So, not just cheesy, it's actually true. I'm not baked enough, Badger. I'm going to bake some more. I was hoping they'd get through these initial votes, but we're coming up on 4 hours, so I might go ahead and let people go. But I'm kind of curious to see what happens here because they don't seem to have all their members. Oh, see, there's a child right there at the front. There's a kid right here. What is she doing there? Why do you bring your child to something like this? I don't understand. The bigger coalition, the more people we can lean and rely on when we need a break, and the more people we can give a break. Yes. Yes. See, that's the thing. I feel like that would be beautiful momentum, right? That's why I also love that different gatherings, different protests carry different messages because there's so many important messages that we have to get out. You know, like there's so many important messages that are all carrying such a great sense of urgency. You're going to lightly toast really soon. Very nice. Very nice. Very, very, very cautious. Very special. What is today? Wednesday? Is it Wednesday? Is it hump day? Have you got over the hump? Yeah. Have you gone? I was listening to Woody Guthrie last night before we watched. First of all, the Pat Tillman story. The Tillman story is what the name of the documentary is. It's available on Tubi, tubi.com is a free streaming service for some things. And they have this movie on it. It's really only one of the only places I could find it. But the Tillman story, highly recommend rewatching that if you have seen it before, or if you haven't seen it, please watch it. It's such a good documentary. Oren of the Lounge recommended it as she is a veteran, and we thank her for that. And she definitely was your identity taken up. She definitely. Oh wait, what was I saying? Now I can't even remember. Okay, anyway, it doesn't matter. Tomorrow is Friday for most. Oh, that's right. July 4th is yeah, Oren, that's right. I know, it was so kind of her. So I really appreciated her recommending that documentary. And yeah. And then I had remembered that we wanted to rewatch Will and Harper, which is the documentary that Will Ferrell made with his friend who is a trans woman and became completed, or not completed, but well, I guess came out as a trans woman, and their journey as friends, from being friends prior to their transition to now in transition. And it's one of those imperfect movies, right? And it's one of those one stories. Like, this is one story of a trans woman and her journey. And it's not the story of trans, you know what I mean? And Will Ferrell is the Will in that. And it's a documentary. It's them traveling, and they're like very, very old friends, like from very young days. So it's really a beautiful story. It's just gorgeous and beautifully filmed and things like that. So I want to rewatch that because we had already seen that. And I was thinking I might do that tomorrow night because it's like a holiday night, you know? So I'll put up the reminders on socials, but I think it'd be nice to rewatch that. We had thought about doing that, and it slipped my mind. So probably tomorrow. Well, no, definitely I'll make a commitment tomorrow night, 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. In the Discord, we'll be showing Will and Harper, and I invite everyone to come. I'll post everything and all the links on my socials so you have it. I was looking for your article. I thought it was on Blue Sky, and it thought it wasn't you. Oh, yeah. No, she has both 5GW and Gal on Twitter. The Gal is kind of archived. It's where we pull all the information. What did we say about this? What was it about that? Who was Keith Ingersoll? What was his deal? You know, it's that historical record that we talk about being so important. Still no nay votes from the old Republicans. But boy, there's about 20 of them that are pooping. I don't know. That seems like a big issue here. We've got some constipated Republicans, it seems like. They can't quite make it to the chamber for a 15-minute vote. What does that tell you? Did they already go home? Do you think they already went home? Do you think they went home? I mean, what happens if they never show up? What happens if they... Yeah, the Trader archives, exactly. Oh my God, that's right. Get ready, because we got to go through Trader trivia, too. I got to work on that. Tomorrow's my day. Well, no, tomorrow and Friday. I got to finish up all my Trader trivia for Saturday. It's going to be so exciting. I'm really building it up, so get ready to be disappointed. It's going to be awesome. I don't understand why they call it a 15-minute vote when it's never 15 minutes. Yeah, exactly. It's bullshit. They're just stalling. They're just stalling. Well, get ready, because Trader Trivia is coming back, and it's even better than last week. Last week was kind of pathetic, but I'm going to have much more solid visuals for you. I got to go through my questions because I think I have a lot of questions. I'm not suffering for lack of questions. I just want to make sure they all make sense. Everything's a soft launch with me. It's bigger, better, badder, more tradery. Now with more trader. What is that?
Now with more trader.
That's the robot. Oh.
Now with more trader. For your trader trivia pleasure. But still rigged.
Oh. Hasbro, yeah. Better, badder, bigger. More sauce. Extra onion. No. Extra spicy. All right. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going to release you from your bondage to my platform. I'll release the tab and let you continue. But I will definitely, let's see. Oh no, I won't see you guys tonight. Well, we'll figure out what's going to happen. But anyways, I hope you have a wonderful, wonderful Wednesday. I hope you continue to stay baked. And I'm going to work on my bake now and eat some breakfast. And then also, we'll continue to watch as this goes on, and maybe it's probably going to take a minute. All right. Thank you again for coming. Thank you, Gal, for all the incredible links. I so appreciate you. Oh my God. I don't know what I would do without you, frankly. And to everyone, Teresa, Tina, all the people who shared links with me through the different means as well. I just really appreciate it. I think it makes the show so much more, gives it value, really. And so I appreciate that. All right. Okay. Love you guys. I will see you. I'll see you tomorrow morning, definitely. And otherwise, I'll probably see you in Discord. Okay. All right.